For over 50 years, the Pepperdine Graziadio Business School has built a foundation on developing values-centered leaders and advancing responsible business practice through education that is entrepreneurial in spirit, ethical in focus, and global in orientation. We inspire our community to look at business beyond the bottom line and to view leadership as a force for good. Our core values have guided our mission to cultivate leaders dedicated to effecting positive change. Our benefactor, George L. Graziadio Jr., instilled in us the drive to shape students who lead with integrity, find courage with compassion, embrace their pioneering spirit, and take action today, not tomorrow. Our framework as an institution is what distinguishes Graziadio. We believe ethics and leadership are two things that should never be uncoupled, and we've leaned into that notion. As we look to the future, we know that ethical leaders simply perform better in the marketplace and from a pragmatic perspective. Ethical leaders are better for the bottom line. All of our courses are built from this foundation, looking at ethics and values as part of the curriculum holistically, not just as a course or two. When we think about what the world needs, it's not an endless stream of cash flows. It's leaders who know how to invest that capital and turn it into more than just money. Some people go to business school looking for ways to get ahead. At Graziadio, we're looking for individuals who will move forward in their careers and also better themselves in the process. The future of business is dependent on strong, ethical leaders with a commitment to positively impacting their organizations, their community, and themselves. That excites me and all of us at Graziadio. Business is defined as an organization or entity engaged in commercial, industrial, or professional activities. But what does that really mean? Some businesses are small, while others large. Some for-profit, while others nonprofit. Some are family-run, and some are run by large corporations. There is no one-size-fits-all definition. Business is one of the most complex and interesting industries and can't be summed up in a simple definition. For us at Pepperdine Graziadio, we believe business is limitless. If you've selected business as a career, you've chosen an area that has a significant impact on society, which means we have a duty to equip ourselves, our stakeholders, and our students with ethical and moral frameworks to be the business leaders needed to solve tomorrow's complex business issues. Whether you plan to start a small business, join the C-suite at a Fortune 500 company, become a servant leader at a nonprofit, or aspire to develop as a professional within traditional and non-traditional business pathways, our array of educational offerings and customizable courses will help you achieve your goals and connect you with one of Southern California's largest alumni networks. This network provides you with connections, confidants, advocates, and advisors as you take the next steps in your career. We pride ourselves on supporting our students in lifelong learning and success. The caliber and commitment of our faculty, coupled with the talent and passion of our students, create a truly unique environment that empowers students to take action to identify opportunities and own their careers. Joining the Graziadio family provides an experience you will cherish for a lifetime.
Thank you. So the main event today is the unveiling of our 2023 sixth annual Most Fundable Companies list. And I just wanted to welcome everyone to sunny Malibu. And welcome to our online audience. The camera's back there. And I say sunny Malibu because our online audience doesn't know that it's foggy out there. So we want them to be as jealous as possible that they're not here in person. So we have not just a sunny, it will be sunny. The fog will lift. It pretty much always does. We have a fun and exciting day for you here today, starting with our distinguished guests who generously support our competition throughout the year, bringing us to this moment of celebration. So, distinguished guests, as I mention your name, please give a wave to the audience so people know who you are. First and foremost, please welcome Will and Carrie Singleton. We are deeply grateful to Will, who's a Seaver alumnus, and his wife Carrie, and the entire team at the Singleton Foundation for Financial Literacy and Entrepreneurship. They provide unwavering support across many initiatives here at Pepperdine. Important among them is their renewed title sponsorship of this event, this sixth annual Most Fundable Companies Showcase. We'll hear from Carrie a little bit later and her team, so be sure to stop by the Singleton Foundation's Slingshot booth outside at the expo to learn about their programs. We're also thrilled to welcome back to his alma mater our keynote speaker, Jason Nazar. So Jason holds not one, but 2 Pepperdine degrees. He has co-founded and exited multiple startups. He is a key figure within the LA startup ecosystem, and we are honored to have him with us here today. Next, our distinguished alumnus, Graziadio board member and co-chair of the Entrepreneurship and Family Business Committee, Vince Montepart. So Vince will share the expanded role that the board and our partners played in this year's competition. We are also joined by my 2 colleagues here who comprise the Most Fundable Companies team here at Graziadio. First, finance professor, associate dean, and also an alumnus, Dr. Clemens Konatsky. And the one who represents us year-round and basically puts this whole thing together, our very own program manager, Amy Wood. Last but not least, and only last because she's the one coming up to the podium right now, please welcome to the stage Graziadio Business School Dean Deborah Crown.
And here we go. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to Pepperdine and the Graziadio Business School. Today, it is my distinct pleasure to help kick off this exciting event. So first, I want to extend a warm welcome to all of you here, and like Craig, to all of you who are joining us online. And we know, every single person in this room knows that entrepreneurship is not just a buzzword. It is a force that drives innovation. It fuels economic growth, and quite frankly, it shapes the future of our world. It embodies the spirit of resilience, creativity, and determination. So today, we come together to celebrate and to embrace this spirit and to champion entrepreneurial vision that propels us forward. And to know why this is so important to us at Graziadio, you have to know a little bit more about us. We are educational entrepreneurs. The product that we produce is stated in our mission, and we are so fortunate to have so many of our most fundable company sponsors and leaders who are Pepperdine and Graziadio alums. So right before this, there was an event for our winners as well as sponsors, and it was wonderful to hear from them directly about the experience they had at Graziadio and how that has informed them. And these are individuals who are successful entrepreneurs, who lead and have led, who fund and also help success and support ventures. These are individuals who, consistent with our mission, lead lives of purpose, service, and leadership, and who help others to do the same. These are people who drive impact. So it shouldn't be a surprise that we're a top choice here for entrepreneurs to advance their own knowledge, skills, and success for themselves as well as for their teams, as indicated by our recent ranking at number 32 worldwide from PitchBook. Yes, thank you. And if you're familiar with PitchBook rankings, one of the things that I love, it is not based on opinion, it is based on data. And it is based on the data of successful entrepreneurs graduating from that program. And so if there is an impact measure that matters, that's it. So we love that that is a part of our DNA. So while our 2023 winners are here pitching today, I will share, I don't think I'd be doing my job as dean if I didn't also just toss in a quick pitch myself. So know that at the expo, in addition to all of our winners and our sponsors, you will see Graziadio there. You will have an opportunity to learn more about our programming and how our programs help entrepreneurs at all stages of your career journeys. Okay, now, the Most Fundable Companies Showcase, consistent with our ethos of entrepreneurship, is a testament to the power of collaboration. Craig shared earlier all of the people that have contributed to the success and the startup and to be in our 6th year of this event. And so we have brought together entrepreneurs, innovators, investors, educators, and enthusiasts from diverse backgrounds and industries. We have created a space where ideas will be nurtured, connections will be forged, and dreams can take flight. It is my hope that by the end of this event, each of us will leave with some new perspectives, invaluable insights, and a sense of empowerment to take the next steps in our entrepreneurial journeys. And that includes us and me. Throughout the day, we have an incredible lineup of speakers who are going to share their experiences, their knowledge, and their wisdom. And their stories are truly a testament to the fact that entrepreneurship knows no boundaries. It transcends age, race, geography, and gender. Their journeys will inspire us to dream bigger, work harder, and persist in the face of challenges. And as we immerse ourselves today, let us not forget the bigger picture. Entrepreneurship is not just about personal success, it's also about problem solving and creating value and making a positive impact on society. It's about leaving a legacy that extends beyond ourselves. So let us be mindful of our responsibility to use our entrepreneurial skills and endeavors for the greater good. And before I pass the baton, I want to express my deep gratitude again to the organizers, sponsors, and the volunteers who have worked tirelessly to bring this event to life. So please join me in applause again for their dedication. I would also like to thank our president, Jim Gash, and our provost, Jay Brewster, who also have an entrepreneurial heart. And in closing, I encourage each of you to approach this event with an open heart and an open mind. Engage in discussions, ask questions, challenge assumptions, and seek out opportunities. Be inspired. Let this event be a launching pad not just for the winners, but for all of us that have an opportunity to participate. So thank you for joining us at Pepperdine Graziadio. Congratulations, 2023 winners.
Thank you, Dean Crown. Dean Crown indicated that I'd thanked all the people that have been involved. Not even close. I'll be thanking people all day, actually, up here, so stay tuned for more. At this time, I'd like to recognize our gold sponsors, CFO Plans, Fidelity, and JPMorgan. And also, I'd like to thank the entire Graziadio board, our most fundable companies advisory council, for their ongoing support, and recognize that many of you are here today. So most of all, we're extremely excited to introduce you to the 17 founding teams of the 2023 Most Fundable Companies list, selected from over 3,000 participants this year, who for a fourth year in a row come from all 50 states. So entrepreneurship is not just a California thing. It happens everywhere. A quick overview of our schedule and how things are going to play out for the rest of the day. After our special guests, we'll jump right into the company presentations. Then that'll be followed by our keynote from Jason Nazar. Then we'll wrap up by announcing the list winner category awards. So what do I mean by that? I mean that we have 17 winning companies on this year's list in 4 categories: platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. What's fun is that the 17 winners today, they all know they won. They're on the winners list, but they still don't know their award category until it's announced. So stay tuned. But just so you know, 3,000 companies participated this year. So all of our winners we deem to be very fundable. So there's not a distinction between whether they're fundable or not. It's just the bronze winners are really fundable. The platinum winners are really, really, really fundable. So following the awards, we are pleased to host a networking event out on the patio to celebrate all of them. And now I have the distinct honor to introduce you to our special guest, Carrie Singleton. Carrie has had multiple careers in designing and building homes, small hotels, marketing, aerospace, manufacturing, and business leadership. She has been active on boards of local and state organizations in Arizona, Oregon, and California related to housing, mentoring, and the arts. In 2015, she and her husband Will established the Singleton Foundation for Financial Literacy and Entrepreneurship, and they are very involved in brain-related research and programs centered around food scarcity. Please welcome Carrie Singleton.
I guess I was going to say good morning, but I guess it's actually afternoon. Thank you, Craig. Craig asked me why I brought my lunch pail, and I brought it because it's actually a launch pail or launch kit, and we use it to showcase some of the different things that we do. And when we started, we thought this was going to be just for millennials and Gen Zs. We thought they were the only people who were financially incompetent and didn't really know about entrepreneurship. Why are you laughing? Maybe there's a few people in this room who know someone, maybe people who work in their companies or their families or their friends who also might need some help. And so anyone who would like to have one of these, please leave your card, or if you're one of those people who only does QR codes, then take one of my cards and send me an email. I'd be happy to get one to you. Million Stories is the short form video that has reached currently over 100 million views. They're videos that are less than 10 minutes, and they're on all different kinds of subjects. We've got Richard Sherman talking about adulting. We've got Heartbroke, which is about how most couples don't talk to each other about financial stuff, and I'm sure no one in this room has that problem, but if you did, you might want to watch that, no matter how old you are. We have over 500,000 followers and subscribers, and we're growing rapidly in that area. We've won 16 Telly Awards, which is the equivalent of the Oscars. So these are high quality produced. These people that are working for us all come out of the entertainment industry, so they really know what they're doing. We also have an esports style game. It's a fast-paced business simulation video game where players take on the role of being an entrepreneur and pitting their learned business savvy against each other. Discovery Education is the largest online digital learning resource site for educators in the world, and they've integrated Venture Valley, our game, into over half of all US schools already. In addition, we're about to go into Poland, to all the schools in Poland, and after that, probably the Ukraine. So we're pretty excited. It's a very fun game. You can play it again at any age. You can play it with your family. You can play it with your friends. You can play it against the computer. We have university contests happening all over the country, and soon, of course, around the world. We have another product called Groove, which is a brand new product. It's a resource-based product that you can do on your phone or your computer, and it shows you how to create a budget, how to how to do anything that you need to do about what a credit score is, et cetera, et cetera. We also have as of about a year and a half ago, we've got a new entrepreneurial program called Slingshot, and Ryan Groves is going to discuss this with you later. And we have a CEO prize, which is coming up, a National CEO Prize, which honors the legacy of Will's father, Henry Singleton, who was the founder of Teledyne. The prize honors a living CEO whose work demonstrates a similar combination of talent, vision, focus, and commitment. And this will be happening at Carnegie Hall in a couple of weeks. We also have now a new Next Generation CEO Prize, which honors a CEO who's partway through his career but already is doing these same things. And our goal is to help upcoming generations to learn to think like an entrepreneur, to become the CEO of their lives, and maybe even launch the most fundable companies in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie, Will, and the Foundation for all that you do to advance the mission of economic empowerment for everyone, and for doing so specifically via your title sponsorship today. Now please welcome Dr. Clemens Konatsky, Associate Dean of Full-Time Programs here at the Pepperdine Graziadio Business School.
Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? Great. One more time. How are you doing? All right. There's a bit of energy here. Wanted to share my Pepperdine branded shoes here. We're all a big Pepperdine family. So welcome to show up here. I'd like to take this opportunity to showcase a little bit of context about what Most Fundable Companies is all about. Every year, Most Fundable Companies program serves as a free resource for thousands of companies, educating them about investor due diligence. So it's not just a pitch competition, it's actually a learning educational program. Since 2018, the list winners have raised over $250 million. Wow. And in the last 12 months, 50 million alone. So that's an incredible achievement in what we know is a very difficult environment right now. Right? So thank you for all the founders and the previous list winners who had this amazing achievement. Reflecting on their experience, a few of the 2022 companies shared the following. From Troy Helming, the CEO of EarthGrid, a California-based 2022 Platinum Award winner, he said, "Our 15 million seed round was oversubscribed by $10 million, and we have assembled a waiting list and a binding term sheet from a prominent institutional investor to lead a Series A1 in early 2024. We also expect to have news soon about a major joint venture agreement with a customer potentially looking in multiple areas of revenue. My team is over the moon about how things are going in this difficult fundraising environment. I believe our Platinum Award in the Most Fundable Companies contest was helpful in giving more belief to our investors along the way." Earthwise Global, a semi-finalist from Colorado, recently said this on LinkedIn. "This is a great program. Earthwise learned a lot from being in this program while we were in the process of becoming a semi-finalist in the 2022 program. And Genesis System, a Florida-based winner, asked us to share this with you. Genesis Systems is honored to be ranked in platinum in Pepperdine's Most Fundable Companies list. It is bringing to the work we do so sustainably solve global water scarcity. We highly recommend that fellow ambitious entrepreneurs and startups pursue this honor, and we know the value that will be felt for years to come. And some kind of change in program, we have actually some representative from last year's winning companies. Neotech is here from last year, and find them in one of the breaks because they can tell you all about the program and their success personally. Then lastly, and very excitingly, was the news that June this year, Adranos, a 2020 winner from Indiana, was acquired by the notable defense contractor Anduril Industries. So an acquisition right after, so it's great. And since we convened here last fall, there were two areas I'd like to highlight as examples of integrating the most fundable companies more deeply within Graziadio Business School. The first is through our evaluation process, we exactly narrowed that. How do we exactly narrow the thousands of companies that come up as winners? Craig will explain that in more detail in a minute. However, I'll note that it relies heavily on countless hours of students, faculty, alumni, volunteers, and board members. And here I'd like to formally thank one particular group, our students. Our students have helped a lot. They have our heart. They are our heart in the institution, and I can't thank them enough. They participated on our review panel. They interviewed founders, performed due diligence research via internships, and many more volunteered today. The second area is we've advanced research, integrating the aggregate data that we've collected now for 5 years, 6 years actually. Thus, we are able to apply increased academic rigor to Most Fundable Companies program. And I'd like to turn now to Craig Everett to give you an overview of the evaluation process. Thank you again. It's an honor to be here. Thanks.
Okay, so what I'd rather do is just come out here and talk about the process, but Clemens was concerned that I might not be able to stick to the 10 minutes that I'm allotted for this. I do that, and in practicing, I figured out, it's like, yes, if I just stand here and talk, I go way over my time. If I stick to my notes, then I'll finish in time. So back over here, sticking to the notes. So there's been many requests that I review with everyone the mechanics of how the competition actually works. Hopefully this short presentation, it's only 6 slides, will help clarify. All right. This all began with a gift of the startup survey and scoring engine to us by Jim Casperi, who's a Graziadio alum, and also a VC and founder of the Venture Alliance, also known as TVA. We used that IP to create the Most Fundable Companies competition in 2018. We're now in 2023, so this is our 6th year of the competition, and has become one of the largest startup competitions in the world. This competition is obviously a huge benefit to the 15 to 20 winners we have each year, as they get published in Entrepreneur Magazine, and they receive other perks, and also all the fame and glory associated with being a winner of this competition. But what about the startups that don't win? So we're a university, we're a business school, and we wanted this experience to be educational and worthwhile to all the participants, even the ones that don't win. So each participant in the qualifier survey, which is part of the process, which I'll go over in a second, gets a customized report that spells out their startup's weaknesses from a funding perspective. Our educational goal here is to help enlighten every entrepreneur participant regarding how to make their company more attractive to investors. Okay, so here's the funnel. Every participant completes the pre-screen survey. It only takes about 8 minutes, and it allows us to weed out the participants that are either not serious or they don't meet even the minimal requirements to be considered a startup. The next phase is the qualifier survey. Most of the pre-screens are advanced to this stage, but only about 1,500 startups actually complete it. Some decide it's too hard. Those of you who've gone through the process might understand why somebody might quit, because it is hard. Others decide they don't want to provide the information that we need for our due diligence process. Every company that completes this phase gets that feedback report with the items that they need to work on, potentially for next year, because you can come back year after year as long as you're not a winner. Every company is then scored algorithmically. That qualifier survey is scored algorithmically, no human intervention at this point. And then we take the top 200 scoring customers and then review those manually with our team of judges. We group our judges by industry experts, so it is people that know the industry that are reviewing at this point. We can only advance around 70 companies to the fundability assessment, so the judges are instructed to pick only the most fundable companies in their group to advance. Essentially, it's like 1 out of 3 in their group is generally advanced at that point. So it's heartbreaking because we see like many good companies that are actually eliminated from the competition at this point, only because there are other companies in that same category that the judges decided that were just more fundable than the others. Okay, so those 70 companies complete the next survey called the fundability assessment, where we try to deepen our understanding of the company and the team. So there's a lot less numbers in this survey and a lot more narrative. We're trying to get some color and understanding of the companies at this point. So that fundability assessment we call the semifinals phase. So once our judges review the responses to that survey and sometimes even do follow-up calls with the founders, they just want to make sure they have a really good understanding of the company. So based on those responses, less than half of them are then advanced to the interview stage, where we and a small team of judges do a Zoom call with the founders. So the previous phase was semifinals, so why don't we call that interview stage the finals? Well, it's because there's 2 ways for a company to get into that interview stage. One is to be advanced from the semifinals, because we're sure, okay, these are the best companies. But then sometimes there are some other companies as well that through the fundability assessment process, we still feel like we have a lot of gaps in our understanding. And so we advance them to that phase, not because they're the best of the best at that point, but because we don't understand them quite enough and we need to talk to them some more. So because of that, we don't really call that phase the finals, because there are those 2 ways to get there. Okay, so approximately half of the interviewed companies are named as MFC winners. So that's 15 to 20 each year. These are the companies that we interviewed that we consider most likely to be funded by professional investors like VCs. Okay, next slide. So let's talk about the scoring engine. The original scoring engine was donated by Jim Caspary, as I indicated before, and it was essentially a static model, meaning that the scoring weight of each question stayed basically the same over time. It worked great. It's been fantastic. But in reality, the startup world, VCs over time evolve in what they are looking for in startups. So because of that, our scoring algorithm needs to evolve over time. As of 2022, we have, on a rolling basis, 4 years of competition data and funding outcomes of the people that have participated, which allows us to dynamically update the scoring algorithm each year. So why do we need 4 years of data? Well, because research shows that 80% of startups fail within the first 4 years. So at that 4-year mark, we have a pretty good idea who's on the downward path and who's on the upward path. We have a good sense of that with 4 years of data. So now with this awesome level of data, we can update our scoring engine each year based on a statistical analysis of the outcomes of previous participants. So this dynamic approach ensures that our startup scoring remains relative both now and into the future. Okay, next slide. Our survey questions are grouped into these 12 categories, which should make intuitive sense to everyone. Our statistical analysis of previous year's participants determine how much each question in that qualifier survey is weighted and scored. We have both direct weighted questions as well as interaction variables. I don't want to get too much into the weeds here, but this allows us, for example, to fairly score companies that are both pre-revenue and revenue. Because otherwise, if it was just direct variables, the companies with revenue would probably always beat the companies that are pre-revenue. But with these interaction variables, we can have a more nuanced approach to the scoring. And every year we have both pre-revenue and revenue winners in our winner circle. So that's a success with having this sort of interaction. So research. We're building, obviously here, we're building an impressive set of data about startups, which is allowing us to do some groundbreaking research here at Pepperdine Graziadio. 2 academic papers that are in the works right now include a paper about the connection between founder education and funding outcomes. Here's a spoiler. The optimal education level for a founder turns out that it's a little bit more than a bachelor's degree, which is contrary to what you might think watching some TV shows about startups like Silicon Valley or such. So this is good news for us here at Graziadio, since we're in the business of primarily offering master's degrees. The other paper that we're working on right now is about founder age. So is there an optimal founder age? And there's a lot of dispute about this out there, because it's like, okay, do you have to be 25 years old and a college dropout to found a good startup, or do you have to be 35 years old and have a master's degree? Well, I can't give you a spoiler on that because we're using, we're in the process. We haven't done all of our follow-up survey about funding outcomes from our 2019 winners, but stay tuned. We'll have some results on that. I do want to say though, so both of these research papers are kind of based on like demographic information, like education level, age, and such. I just want you to know that demographic questions, we ask them in the survey, but they don't impact scoring at all. They're not in the scoring model. The only reason we ask those questions is for research purposes. Okay, so that's in a nutshell the process that we go through in determining the winners of our Most Fundable Companies competition. Again, I want to thank you all for being here today, and thanks for your attention. As you can see, this process to get to the winner circle is grueling and impressive. So please give a big hand to the 17 companies who ran the gauntlet this year and emerged victorious. Okay, now for our next esteemed guest. He's one of our review panel judges and one of Pepperdine Graziadio's most distinguished alumni, Vince Montepart. Vince's background is in technology, aerospace, transportation, logistics, and real estate. He's a venture partner at Sway Ventures and principal at Global Capital Markets, an investment banking firm, where he has managed transactions and investments ranging from $40 million to $500 million. Vince is also a member of the Graziadio board and is co-chair of the board's Family, Business, and Entrepreneurship Committee, where he serves as judge and mentor for the Most Fundable Companies competition. Please welcome Vince Montepart.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Everett. It's really great to be back with everyone this year. And so I want to kind of give a little bit of a background of this year, as Dr. Clemens and Craig and Dean talked about, where we got a lot of the students involved, the board, and brought our experience into this year's competition. So as many of you know out there, venture capital companies face a variety of challenges today. Less than 12 months ago, that was a little different. But, with the market conditions the way they are, these venture-backed companies are facing them. Some of those challenges that they're facing, funding uncertainty, where in the past, funding was relatively easy. Now, it's hard even for seed market companies to raise those funds. A lot of the venture-backed companies rely on multiple rounds of those fundings, and disruption in those rounds can have a big effect on the businesses. Market volatility. We all see that in the terms of from the financial markets, but what does that mean for some of the venture-backed companies? Well, those fluctuations in the market really make it challenging to accurately assess what that company's value is, and more important, what that exit strategy would look like. Because all of us, when we make investments, we always look at that exit strategy and what that return is, not only for our firm, but also you as an investor, our limited partners. Valuation pressures. You know, it's really interesting when you sit around and you talk to founders about what their company is worth. And then when you have to tell them, well, the market has changed, and this is where it's really valued at today, you know, they get a look on their face that, well, maybe you're not the right venture partner, okay? So helping educate them in that process is important. And then increased competition. Pitch book that is over 50,000 VC-backed companies, which is double since 2016 levels. So there's more competition for funding, and when funding is scarce, you know, you really need to stand out as a company in what you are selling. So navigating those challenges, when we talk to companies, particularly in this process, we look at that as, you know, how do you distinguish yourself? Well, let's get back to a little bit of the basics in that. You know, how do you maintain financial management? All right, that's important, because if you're going to invest in a company, you want to make sure they can take care of that investment and appropriate that in the right direction. Being able to be agility, all right, as these market changes. I mean, just 12 months ago, the market's different today than it was. So how do you, as a company, handle that? What's your agility speed? How good are you making fast, quick decisions? Strong leadership, all right? A lot of the times that you look at an investment, you're investing in those leaders that are sitting across the table with you or across the Zoom, you know, nowadays. What is that value proposition? Or what does that customer want to buy from you? What are they saying to you? Okay. So in response this year, most fundable companies took an expanded approach. All right, and what we're looking at is how do we lower that bar of risk for that company when it's out there trying to raise funds. So with the goal to make the 22,000 winners more attractive investments opportunities, we included a lot of industry professionals like myself and investor judges than ever before. So over 40 in all had spent time, as Dr. Everett had that upside down inverted pyramid, through those various stages there, okay? And, you know, one of the questions, you know, it was really two-sided here. One of the questions would come back to us as judges: would you invest $1 million into this business? And why? All right. And a lot of our answers are transparent, so they go back to that company, and that's a very, very good feedback. So, as Dr. Clemens mentioned, there was many countless hours by you know, the board, alumni, and industry professionals we brought in to help this process through this year. So on behalf of the Graziadio board, including my fellow board members, I want to thank you, and we look forward to welcoming you all back in 2024. So now I'd like to turn it back over to Amy Wood to show off the product of our work and kicking off the winner presentations, which we're all eagerly waiting. Amy.
Thank you again, Vince. Thank you for all that you do for us throughout the year. We really appreciate it. And hello, everyone. It's great to have you back here in Malibu. As program manager of the Most Fundable Companies program, the best part of my job is right here, right now. Introducing you to the 2023 Most Fundable Companies List winners. This year's winners, as we said, they're all fundable, they're all seeking funding. So I'm going to go through some logistics before we introduce the first company. To make getting in touch with these companies easier for you, your printed event programs include their contact information. For those of you online and who registered on the event site, your event programs will be emailed to you. If you haven't registered yet and want a program, register online now using the code on the right side of the screen. So scan the QR code to make sure you get an event program that has all the company's contact information in it. For everybody, company information and the always fun crowd voting will be on the website on the left side of the screen later today. So this afternoon, after we announce the award categories, the site will be live. Crowd voting will be available to you now through October 9th. In both the programs and online, you'll also find our semifinalists. We heard a quote from one of the semifinalists last year. We encourage you to check out all the winners, plus the semifinalists. As Craig said, many good companies don't make it all the way through the process, so we hope that you check them out. There are 60 in total, and please contact those that match your investment thesis. Finally, look for the Most Fundable Companies list on Entrepreneur Online starting next week and in the December print issue that hits newsstands November 14th. Okay, so now how we're gonna proceed is each company will present for 5 minutes in alphabetical order by company name following the list in the program. Mixed in, we'll hear from Ryan Groves of the Singleton Foundation. We'll hear from our gold sponsors, CFO Plans, Fidelity, and JPMorgan. And we are going to give everyone a pause and a break at around 2 o'clock. So know that we have some breaks built in for us as we go through these 17 company presentations. So it'll be about 10 minutes at 2 o'clock. And just so everyone knows, all presentations are being recorded and will be online later today, where, again, you can vote for your favorites now through October 9th. Now, without delay, I'm going to introduce our first startup. Welcome, Aged Diagnostics.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rachel Zayas. I am the founder and CEO of Aged Diagnostics. Our team is working together to create the first blood test for fatty liver disease. When I was working at MIT in cancer research, I realized that the tools we were using were not being well translated into the clinic. I saw an opportunity to apply genomic innovation to improve the lives of patients. Did you know that we can send a nanoparticle to navigate the circulatory system, target a specific organ, and then release a therapeutic in an orchestrated manner to treat disease? But we cannot use that same circulatory system to determine when one of the most important organs is in trouble. The liver. The liver has over 500 vital functions. It is the only organ of the human body that can regenerate, and one cannot live well without a healthy, functioning liver. Did you know that 1 in 3 Americans, or 100 million people in the United States, have fatty liver disease? This disease is not associated with alcohol consumption, but rather diabetes, obesity, and metabolic syndrome. Many patients are unaware that they have fatty liver disease until it has progressed to later stages when it's no longer treatable nor reversible. The reason for these trends is that there are very few effective, non-invasive diagnostic tools that can differentiate the benign from advanced form. Imaging tools are inaccurate. These tools fail in up to 60% of patients. The sole diagnostic test is a liver biopsy. These are expensive, invasive, prone to sampling error and bleeding. Therefore, they cannot serve the population at large. At Age, we are developing the first accurate blood test for fatty liver disease. Our tools will help hepatologists improve patient outcomes, reduce the financial burden on health insurers, and aid in early detection and intervention. Here's how our technology works. We take a patient blood sample and we isolate very specific biomarkers associated with liver disease. We quantify the concentration of these biomarkers and past a defined concentration, we can say with a high clinical accuracy if the patient currently has liver disease and what stage it is at. The market opportunity is vast and growing. Globally, there are more than 2 billion patients who are considered high risk. Each year, health insurers in the United States spend more than $100 billion on management for this specific type of liver disease. Age seeks to capture 25% of the US market, which equates to more than a $27 billion market opportunity. We have multiple patents pending, both on the biomarkers as well as methods to assess these biomarkers synthetically in circulation. Our competitive advantage is that we would be the first accurate blood test for this type of liver disease. We'd be less expensive than the gold standard, which is liver biopsies. And last but not least, we'd be the most accurate tool on the market by targeting highly innovative genomic regions. We've had exciting traction to date. We've recently completed several pilot studies and identified a set of biomarkers that have between 90 and 99% efficacy, differentiating between the benign and advanced form of liver disease in peripheral blood. We are in the middle of a 500-patient clinical trial to further validate our core technology. We've recently partnered with the Henry Jackson Foundation. This is a federally mandated subsidiary of the U.S. military focused on the advancement of military medicine. We have multiple clinical trials with Walter Reed Military Center and are continuing to diversify our outreach. Next year, we will launch a larger clinical trial and reach market launch by Q1 of 2025. We're the team poised to take this technology to market. We have 100 years in hepatology, 75 years in business, 40 years in genetics. We've had 5 previous exits and raised more than $125 million in our previous pursuits. We plan to launch into the market by Q1 of 2025 and be reimbursed at a rate of $700 per patient per tool. In year 1 of operations, we seek to capture 3 physicians, which equates to 5,000 patients and $3.5 million in revenue in year 1. By year 3, we plan to pursue FDA approval, and by year 5, we plan to exit with some of our current partners. We have raised only $550,000 to get to where we are today. We're currently raising $2 million to pursue test method verification, validation, and several business development milestones. Our mission is not only to help patients age, but look back and say that they have aged gracefully. Thank you.
I'd just like to welcome, we have some people standing in the back. We have seats right up front. Don't be shy, everyone. We have seats, and then sometimes in the middle of the rows. I just want to make sure everyone's comfortable. And also just feel free to get up and come and go as you need between now and the break. I'd like to turn it over now to Team AllSides.
Well, hello. This is AllSides Technologies. I'm John Gable, CEO and co-founder. Since you've all been busy this morning, you may have missed some breaking news, so let's start with that. Prince Harry flipping somebody off. Now, there may be something else going on around here. So let's AllSides, so take a little broader look. And this is actually what happened as well. Now, this is not a deep fake. This is actually the first picture is a real, true thing. But as you can see, I mean, it's kind of funny in this case, but if this is about something important, this is dangerous for our society. So how did we get here? What's going on? So for me and for AllSides, the story actually started in 1997. So I joined Netscape Navigator. For those of you who are too young, think Mozilla Firefox. And back then, early days of the internet, we were inspired to change the world because we could get information, better information, make better decisions. We'd be able to reach with individuals anywhere around the globe and actually be able to know them as individuals. But that year, I also gave a speech about this book. I actually brought the original copy with me, Amusing Ourselves to Death. And that book argues that the medium drives the content, the message. And I thought seriously about what will the internet be like? And how will this work? And I concluded back then that the internet would train us to discriminate against each other in new ways. And we now talk about that today in terms of filter bubbles and in terms of tribal problems. So where has that brought us? Well, today we have a global crisis of credibility. We don't know what to believe anymore. Or we believe things that are not true. Or we believe very confidently in things that are only kind of partially true. And that's driven by massive bias, misinformation, social division, accelerated by algorithms, AI, really bad business models, toxic business models. And recognize this is a global problem that impacts everything. News media, schools, our workplaces, our communities, our families, our governments, our kids suffering anxiety we have not really seen before. Our job, the solution is to reveal the truth, but I put that in quotation marks, it's actually better to say, discover the truth together. We can do that through balanced information, perspectives, and dialogue across divides. Now note, I'm not talking about a ministry of truth, which can often be just plain wrong and corrupted. And I'm not talking about the other extreme of anarchy, where often the most powerful kind of manipulate the system for their own benefit. We're talking about a balanced system in between. And how do we do that? Well, we start with analysis. AllSides has patented and proprietary technology that enables us to fairly rate the bias of thousands of news organizations. And even more, we can now take a look at about any topic and identify the different stances or perspectives and even the top arguments and counter-arguments for each one of them. With that, we summarize. And we quickly enable anybody to see the breadth of perspectives and decide for themselves. And that leads to us engaging in dialogue. We human beings are not nearly as intelligent as we think we are. We actually are emotional people who decide things through relationships. So this is an absolutely critical part of the puzzle. So where does that bring us? Well, this leads to success. For us at AllSides, social impact is success criteria number one. And we verify that through research and field studies. And then adoption. We've already had 22 million views in a single month. And by the way, that's with around $0 of advertising. And we're in all schools in all 50 states. And that leads to revenue. We make revenue from online subscribers, but we make even more money through clients and partners like these. And in fact, we had our first profitable year just last year. So, bottom line, everything is at risk. Every business concept you're going to hear today is at risk. This crisis of credibility is ripping us to shreds, our social fabric. So, join the cause. Join AllSides. Help us restore that original promise of the internet and maybe even of democracy itself. Thank you.
Next up, welcome Team Alive Medical.
Good afternoon. I'm Yvonne Bockelman, CEO of Alive Medical. I know from talking to some of you today, some of you have had some shoulder pains. Some of you have even had shoulder surgery. You know, shoulder pain is the third most prevalent reason that individuals seek out musculoskeletal care. And Alive Medical, we want to help them reduce that pain, improve those outcomes, and change the paradigm of musculoskeletal treatment. If you happen to be a fortunate person who hasn't had some shoulder issues, this is what people say. Hey, I can't reach up in the cabinet and get that plate, get that glass. I can't sleep at night. I can't get comfortable. I can't pick up my grandkids. Nagging pain, taking drugs. The shoulder is the most complex joint in the body. It has the most range of motion. And with that, when there's any kind of injury or pain, it really impacts the activities of daily living. It's a huge market. If you look at shoulder surgery alone around the globe, it's our marketplace. And today, there are no other devices that really induce neuroplasticity. That's a retraining of the brain so that you have the best outcomes that last the longest. In addition, the gold standard's physical therapy. 75% of patients don't comply with prescribed physical therapy. Maybe you've been there. So with that, we've created a couple of devices that really help. I'm going to focus today on Neuroline S. It's really the next generation of neuromuscular electrical stimulation. What makes it next gen is our motion-activated stimulation, an algorithm that we built in that delivers the stimulation in a very personalized manner. You can see the gentleman, he's wearing it on his arm, it comes with a companion tablet, and together it offers trimodal biofeedback, which improves that compliance I just talked to you about. I want to show you a quick video if I can. This is a warehouse worker. He had an injury, he had surgery, didn't resolve his issues. So I'm going to show you what happens the first time he puts on Neuroline. You're going to see he's lifting his shoulder. It's pretty painful, popping out a joint there. First time. The muscles are being activated exactly when they need to be, allowing him to lift his arm without pain and to not have that popping out or subluxation. A lot of anecdotal feedback from providers and patients. They tell us, and I won't read all these to you, but increased my quality of life, unbelievable, no limitations whatsoever. Typical feedback we receive. But in addition, we have objective, randomized clinical control data that has looked at 6 weeks of physical therapy, the gold standard, compared to 6 weeks of physical therapy using Neuroline. What happens after 6 weeks of physical therapy? Patients actually regress. There hasn't been that neuroplastic effect, that retraining of the brain. With Neuroline, when you stop, you continue to improve, and in fact, in this study, those improvements held out for more than a year. So very good validating data. We're really lucky. We've got clinical traction all over the globe, 300 clinics using Neuroline. You can see some icons from some notable US customers that have purchased and are using our devices. We have IP in the US, Europe, and Japan. We've got regulatory clearance around the globe. And 2022, which was our first year on the market without even having a US sales force, we had over almost 600,000 in global revenue. The leadership team I'm really excited about. I come most recently from 11 years at the largest musculoskeletal company in the world, Zimmer Biomet, where I was president and GM. I've recruited some team members I've worked with at Zimmer Biomet and Medtronic. You can see the icons below of the other companies we've worked for. We have the experience to continue to meet our strategic objectives. Where we're going, what we're doing, we're going to have additional orthopedic devices. Due to the success of Neuroline S, we've been asked to go to the knee. So Neuroline K is under development and should be on the market next year. We're expanding into sports where they're looking at injury prevention and performance enhancement. We'll have additional patent submissions, obviously more clinical data. And again, no other product today, as we are here, provides that motion-activated stimulation that makes it next gen, exclusively focused on the shoulder. We have the trimodal biofeedback, and again, the independent clinical data, which really substantiates what we're doing. In terms of fundraising, we've raised $1.7 million to date. We have an open seed 2 currently, for which we have just over $1 million left, and we're going to be launching our Series A pretty imminently. You can see from the chart, sales and marketing, R&D, and manufacturing are our really important strategic initiatives. Again, I would look forward to having any of you join us on our journey. I look forward to answering your questions out at the expo, and thank you for your time.
Great. At this time, I'd like to welcome a friend of mine who, in his day job, is head of entrepreneurship at the Singleton Foundation. In his spare time, he is a Pepperdine alumnus, so welcome back. Ryan Groves, also a member of our advisory council. We bring you Ryan Groves from the Singleton Foundation and Slingshot.
I don't have any slides. Oh, yeah. For sure. Great. Hi. Hello, everybody. It's really good to be back. This feels a lot like a support group to me. And that's great. I myself, I'm a serial entrepreneur, as I'm sure many of you are. I've held different hats in different types of companies, but mostly you guys, look how special this is. If it wasn't COVID and I could ask us to hold hands, I would. But I won't. But still, I hope that we can hold today. I hope that we can remember this. I hope we can connect. I loved what Dean Crown said earlier. This is so much more than a pitch. Today, we aren't just hearing ideas, we are inheriting stories, often the culmination of somebody's entire life experience, their field of study, their greatest trauma brought to bear in the company that will create value for themselves and others. That's tremendous. In fact, today we are here as the inheritors of an incredible story. A 23-year-old, in fact, sitting at his kitchen table with $5 of investment in a stack of envelopes, not too far from where I grew up in Kansas. A farm boy just like me in 1909, then grew that into one of the largest automotive supply companies in the world, George Pepperdine, and then turned around and used it to create this university because he saw the potential that creative power, that spark had to not just generate wealth, but to do something tremendous in the world, to create the world that we all want to be a part of. There's a lot of great ideas today, and we know that not everyone will win. Today is inherently about risk and reward. So if we may reset our perspective here, there is a smaller risk, the risk of money, and a smaller reward, the potential return of profit. But let's not forget the larger risk. We can't let it stay in this room. That's the greater risk, is if we forget the story that this is the sum of what we are all making of the world together, how we are all dreaming up the world together and deciding what will we do with it, how will we provide value to each other, what are the mechanisms by which we will create the world that we want to see. That is a greater risk if we fail to do that or if we sequester that into only these privileged few. Who here, just by quick response, surely someone in this room will have it, how many companies in the United States get access to venture capital every year? Percentage of firms? 6%, 1%, 0%. Somebody's had a hard day. 0.05. About 0.05 get access to venture capital funding. But it dominates the cultural imagination. That's not bad. Venture funding, angel funding, all these forms of capital have such a critical role to play. But let's not forget, it's a game everyone needs to be playing. I'm incredibly privileged at my job at the Singleton Foundation to explore the idea of how do we help everyone understand there is a game being played for your time, your life, your money, your ideas, and it is a game that is best when everyone plays. Because this is how we create value, it's how we shape the world. Whether you start a firm or you work at one, how are we all seeing the challenges we face every day as opportunities to help each other? Wouldn't it be incredible if the world did that? That's the reward at stake. It's not just the money generated. It's the world we could create, the lives we could have, the relationships we could build if we take advantage of just that, if we have everyone playing the game. It would be tremendous. That is where we get to the exponential return on investment of human creative potential. As George Pepperdine would say, it's not just the wealth, the money. That's not the goal. It's how we can all change and create the world with the resources that we've created, that we've given to each other. That's what we're after here today. At the Singleton Foundation, to live that out, we created a company called Slingshot. Basically, we wanted to make a platform that makes it possible for anyone, regardless of background or education, to be able to build a company in a matter of minutes with just their thumbs. We actually built it starting 2 years ago to be AI-powered, so oh man, what a windfall. We're building the thing right now, and if you'd like, we can give you a little private test drive, we'll see. But we're going to be able to knock out the first 90 days of a company in about 90 minutes. And that aside, that's just going to be one engine. But just imagine if we are not just giving out tools of technology, but if we're creating instruments. A tool accomplishes the job. An instrument changes what you think about yourself. It allows you to create and to participate in the world, and it changes how we all see the world together. That's what we're after. So I'm thrilled to be in this room here today with all of you. I'm thrilled to be inheriting stories with all of you. And I am especially thrilled to ask the question, now what? What will we do with this together? At the Singleton Foundation, that's what we believe in. That's what we're here to purport. We love your help. We'd love for you to say, hey, here's how to build this technology. Here's who we should connect with. Here are the different ideas, the people, et cetera. But all that happens when we adopt that shared belief of this is the game. We're all going to play together. The tactics, the ideas, those can change. In fact, let's 10x the amount of ideas. Let's 100x the amount of people playing. Let's make a world where we're all actively engaged in that question of how do I create value, not just for myself, but for everyone around me, because that's going to be a beautiful world. So please come talk to us today. Thank you so much for giving your time, your life, your money, your ideas to this equation. Cheers. See you soon.
Thank you again, Ryan. Okay, up next is Team Data Safeguard.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Pepperdine, for having us here, giving us the opportunity to present Data Safeguard. We are solving the data privacy and synthetic fraud challenge. These are global challenges. Okay, I'll just keep talking. Or should I stop? Okay. We've been recognized by Microsoft. Microsoft is marketing our product using their 90,000 global CSVs. We also got nominated as the most innovative data privacy and compliance solution provider in 2023. So 20 years back, data privacy and cybersecurity came into existence. Most companies decided they are going to invest into their application security, data security, network security. What is happening today is the shift is coming because of the compliance that is driving it, the fines that are driving it. By end of 2028, $150 billion worth of spend will go towards data privacy, and $175 billion worth of spend will go towards synthetic fraud. End of 2021, the fines in data privacy were about $10 billion. Now it's projected to cross $25 billion by the end of 2023. Synthetic fraud losses were in the range of $1 trillion. They are supposed to cross $3 trillion by the end of 2023. These are 4 different sectors that we are in. All sectors are growing anywhere between 50% to 100%, and our products are already in the market in data privacy and synthetic fraud. We are working towards data science lab and AI platform. Why did we start the company? The mission is to take each of you individuals, your identity. We take your identity, we create a data bubble. So if the hacker hacks into the network, into the application, into the data, all they see is a data bubble. So that becomes useless data for them. These are our products built with artificial intelligence and machine learning technology. We have 2 products that are in the market in data privacy. 2 are coming soon to the market, anti-money laundering and ID fraud. These are product different offerings. 2022, we had our data center product that is being used by 4 customers today in the banking and healthcare industry. We just released all our products in the cloud. We can onboard a customer within minutes, within an hour, within a few weeks. It doesn't take too long. We also realized there is an emerging market in the AI platform. Google, Uber, they are approaching us that you already have the platform. We can build our products on it. It will not take years and years, so it will help companies go to market in a very short period of time. These are our future products. This is our patent pending CCE platform as reusable AI models and algorithms. These algorithms help commercialize a future product in about 4 months' time. In 2024 and 25, we plan to release newer products into the market. This is our team. We have the best AI team in the world, combination of technology and business expertise. We know how to apply the AI technology to a real business use case. These are competitors. They all have a consumer product. You can take a PDF document, go on their website. You can scan it. You can redact it within minutes. We are the only company that has an AI-empowered business product that can support in real time historical data, individual data, unstructured data platform, structured data platform, as well as semi-structured data platform. Revenue, we are at 255 MRR. We are targeting to reach 500K. These are our design partners. We worked with them. Some of them are paying customers, and some we are in the process of converting to paying customers. Self-funded company, cash infused is 11 million, reserve is 750, commitment for future is 500K. We had revenue from first year onwards. We have been growing every year. We are looking for $10 million to support growth capital. It's a time ticking bomb, data privacy. Everybody has a smartwatch, a smartphone, a smart TV, a smart car. Hey Alexa, hey Google, hey Siri. Everybody is collecting data. So what's going to happen? It's a ticking time bomb. 5 billion people in 5 years' time will need a data privacy solution to protect their personal data. 5 million enterprises will need a data privacy solution to protect their environment, to stay compliant so they don't have to pay the billions of dollars worth of fine. We are the only company that is there that can help take off this ticking time bomb from the world and safeguard your data. Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you.
Next, we have the team from Franklin Junction.
Hey, how are y'all? I'm from Atlanta. I am the team today. Okay, so I'll get to my slides in a second. So I've been in the hospitality industry for about 23 years. Started working in restaurants in college. Classically trained on the culinary side and fine dining, and then worked in bars, restaurants, all sorts of things. Ended up changing my major and getting my degree in hospitality management. And then I spent 15 years running hospitality and food and beverage at professional sports venues. And then a few years as a partner with a mid-sized airport concessions company. We had restaurants and food courts in some of the largest airports in the country, including 9 restaurants down the coast here at LAX. So lot of different variety of experiences within our industry, a lot of niche spaces. But one of the most persistent and pernicious problems that we continue to face throughout that entire time is that all of our investment goes into the kitchen side of the building. That's where all the equipment is, that's where all the utilities are. It's a heavily regulated space, and it's heavily limited to doing one thing, outputting a maximum amount of food. But we've been limited by putting a sign out front that says we can only make X during these hours and these hours. And that limiting ourselves to that menu has also limited the ability for restaurants to mitigate the risk of being tied to a single concept and really realizing a proper return on that investment, which is why 80% of restaurants fail within their first 5 years of being in operations. So all of this time I've been thinking about, okay, how do we solve this issue? And one of the things that we've tried, even going back to 20 years ago when I was in college, is I worked at a pizza shop where every Monday morning we would throw away leftover dough from the weekend. We would shut down 2 of the 3 pizza ovens. And what we started doing was baking off that leftover dough as bread and selling it as sandwiches. We had a grinder concept. And so in 2001, 2002, there was no internet, no Uber, no DoorDash. There was internet, but there was no Uber, DoorDash, or online ordering. So the way that we would have to go market this concept is we got line 2, right? And then we took flyers with this concept and went and flyered dorms and buildings and offices and cars. And we got a call on line 1. We knew it was an order for the pizza restaurant. We got a call on line 2. It was for the pizza shop. We stopped wasting all that dough. We had the ovens on all the time, and we started generating 25% more revenue for that pizza shop. And we were already the busiest pizza shop on campus, but we had available capacity during the week. And so that problem has consisted all along, but there was no way to really scale that solution for off-premise consumption because it was completely inefficient. You can do it with college labor. You can't do it in big cities. And so what we needed was for delivery to catch up and for people to want to consume food off-premise. And that took the better part of the last 2 decades, and you can see the big jump happened during COVID, of course. So we were already on this path where younger generations wanted to consume more off-premise, and it really skyrocketed. And to put an exclamation mark on where it's at now, McDonald's reported in their last quarterly earnings that only 12% of their customers were dine-in. McDonald's, 12% dine-in. Chick-fil-A, I'm from Atlanta, I grew up on Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A average unit volumes for a fast food restaurant are $8.5 million. All right, and I've got Chick-fil-A's that want to get rid of their dining room. They don't need it, right? They're just like they've got triple drive-through lanes in the new prototypes. It's insane. It's amazing. It's amazing. If you want to see real tech, go to a Chick-fil-A. I'm telling you, it is amazing what they've done. So we started out and we created this model called Host Kitchen. And the idea behind Host Kitchen is existing restaurants can leverage their underutilized kitchen capacity by producing the delivery order for other brands. So think of it like an Airbnb or Uber for restaurants, but definitely a lot more intense. Food production is a lot more regulated than even transportation. So you need a whole science around that. I'll explain that in a second. The land and expand strategy grew when we built the technology around that to power the e-commerce. If restaurants want to get into e-commerce now, they have to go pick 5 or 7 different vendors to handle everything from online ordering to app to loyalty, CDP, analytics, and it's all a very disparate tech stack. So we built an integrated operating system for e-commerce. And then the third is, it wouldn't be 2023 if I didn't say we had some AI somewhere, even though we really don't. And so, that's basically our enhancements, or basically the a la carte stuff you can add. But one of the challenges with restaurants is that there's a lack of middle management, there's a lack of resources, it's a very thin line in terms of margins, and a lot of what you need to do to instill change requires a lot of resources, human resources, capital resources, so we've automated some of that. Even a large restaurant company that wants to change out point of sale might be a 3 to 5 year process. So the ramp up can be really long. We've built on trying to cut down that ramp up and eliminate the need for people to instill the change. So this was our matchmaking strategy. Cool story, when we were writing the algorithm for this, I pulled out the eHarmony algorithm that they patented back in like 1999 and looked at all the different factors between matching two people. We had very similar patterns when we were matching restaurants with brands and wrote that. And so that's a patented matchmaking algorithm. Very simple, again, just in graphics. So you take one kitchen with one concept. You still have one concept for your dining room, but now you're selling multiple concepts for delivery, maximizing the output of your kitchen. No new capital, all existing kitchen and team. Some of the brands we work with, you can see there's some great iconic American brands there. There's emerging brands, international brands, but very proud to have these partners. This is our growth so far. So we've been doubling, almost tripling revenue every year for 3 years that we've been in business. We're going to double that revenue again and hit 3 million run rate by January. And you know, we've got a tremendous pipeline. Again, it's a lot about just growing, trying to grow within existing clients and then capture new ones. There's 1 million restaurants in America. Arguably, they could all use they all have some sort of underutilized capacity. I'll reference McDonald's again just because they're massive and they do such a great job at what they do. Even McDonald's is testing selling Krispy Kreme donuts out of McDonald's in Kentucky. So, I mean, everybody's got something you can do. It doesn't have to be cooked product. It doesn't have to be, I got to stop soon. But I want to get through this. So, real quick, we're great partners. Prisha's Big Boy, Nathan's Famous. I want to get to our technology. So this is our entire tech stack. Again, I mentioned we've got everything into a one-stop solution. Makes it really easy to grow. The average restaurant's doing about 5 to 10% of their revenue through digital or off premises. The best restaurants in the industry, McDonald's, Starbucks, Chick-fil-A, Panera, these guys are doing 50 to 70%. So right now it's a low friction entry for us, but over time, 50% of that restaurant's revenue will be flowing through our platform. Just some nice, cute images, some more case studies here. This is our team, over 100 years of collective leadership experience in the industry. And by the way, only 5 full-time people at Franklin Junction. And that's it. So thank you for your time. I yield back. Thank you.
We're all a little hungry now. Next up, we have iCover.
Hi, everyone. We're iCover. This is our founder and CEO, Hari, and I'm Nicole. I'm the co-founder and COO. About 15 years ago, I was a super busy mom of 2 young boys, and I needed life insurance. And the process at that time, no kidding, it was all paper-based. It would take weeks to get coverage. You would have to undergo a physical exam, give blood, and pee in a cup. And for that reason, that process, I didn't get the insurance that I needed. And now this industry has improved over the 15 years. We've gotten rid of a lot of paper, but there are still people that are getting exams and peeing in a cup and giving blood. And we're just not reaching the people that need insurance. In fact, there are millions of people that don't have the coverage they need, to the tune of about $12 trillion in coverage. And like millions of people, we need insurance. The people that need insurance the most aren't getting reached. So that's why we created the best life insurance buying experience on the market today. And how do we do this? 2 things. First, we have the fastest e-app on the market today, and we power that with our own proprietary algorithmic underwriting that uses data and the disclosures that we capture through that e-application.
The impact of iCover. Currently, we work with 10 insurance companies, but in the last 15 months, we've been able to sign 9 insurance carriers to work with us. Next year, by this time, we'll have every flavor of life product live on iCover. 95% of the agents who use our platform complete the application in under 5 minutes. We also reduce delivery costs. Apart from the speed and every great thing that iCover does, we also impact the acquisition cost, and we reduce that by 30 to 40% for life insurance company. And in terms of distribution, every company we work with, life company, we increase their distribution at a bare minimum 25%.
And through our modern design and this unique approach that we call QE, we're able to get that consumer through that e-application quickly by asking less questions. And when you combine less clicks, we can get a journey that is 5 times faster than the leading insurtechs that are in the market today. And that 5 times means that we're getting that consumer to that offer inside of 5 minutes. As Hari said, 95% of the applications on our platform get an offer and get approved inside of 5 minutes. And we know that minutes matter, right? Whether you're a busy mom, whether you're a young person or an older person, minutes matter. For every minute beyond 5 minutes, customers lose interest in buying insurance. Every question beyond 10, they lose interest. So we need to capture that desire to buy insurance and get them converted quickly. And when we power our e-application with our algorithmic underwriting, we're able to make a big difference in converting that customer, 3 times what leading technologies do in the market today. And by doing this, we are going to be leading the way in getting Americans covered with insurance.
We are taking the life insurance system, ecosystem entirely. So we work with insurers and we help them reduce customer acquisition costs and increase sales. We work with brokers and agents and help give them a powerful tool with more conversions and easy conversions. We also work with a lot of affiliates and providers as well who tie into iCover and benefit with the partnership. And finally, consumers like you benefit from iCover because we give you better products, cheaper products, and then a 5-minute insurance buying journey. Thank you.
Great job. I hope everyone's enjoying the presentation so far. I now have the pleasure to announce that we're taking a 10-minute break until 2:10 p.m. So please get up, stretch, talk to some of the founders. Be back in your seats at 2:10, please.
All right, everybody, if you'd like to come back and take a seat, please. I'll give you another 30 seconds. Please take a seat. All right, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce Ron Monman from JPMorgan. He's also our distinguished alumnus, and he's also on the Most Fundable Companies Advisory Board. So, Ron, welcome.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here today, and yeah, I'm a Pepperdine alum. Got my MBA in '93, and an original council member for Most Fundable Companies. I'm also 17 years at JPMorgan. We run a team of 5 that works specifically with small and middle market business owners advising on advanced planning strategies. You know, a lot of times I hear when we talk about JPMorgan, we are the largest bank in the world. And so we hear you're too big. And that happens a lot. And the reverse happens when we're engaged with entrepreneurs where we hear you're too small. And so today, I just wanted to take a minute to tell you that things are changing at JPMorgan, and thank goodness for that, because they're recognizing the importance of building relationships with entrepreneurs. Recently, JPMorgan identified 3 issues within the private markets. And we launched something earlier this year because they saw that private markets are extremely fragmented. Fundraising and deploying capital is very difficult, and data is extremely opaque. So they recently began a program, a digital platform called Capital Connect. And I'm here to tell you today just a little bit about this platform, but essentially what it does, it leverages the scale, network, and data of JPMorgan to create an ecosystem for private companies and investors to connect and grow. It's the first time we've ever really done anything like this. And the best part, while there are a couple of small requirements for the companies who join the platform, it's free. It's free to the companies, it's free to the VCs, investors, family offices. It's a unique way to capital raise and invest, network, benchmark, and it really is an ecosystem. And I'm so proud of many things. I'm proud to be an alumni of Pepperdine. I'm proud that JPMorgan understands the importance of all of you sitting in this room. And I'm especially proud of the work, being an entrepreneur at heart, the work that all of you are doing to create and build an impact. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ron. Next up is Making Space, the lovely Keely.
At 17, I became disabled. When I moved to the US, I ended up losing a job due to disability discrimination. So I founded my first company, C-Talent, a talent agency that represents disabled talent, which I ended up selling last year, and that marked one of the largest investments ever made in disabled talent within the creative industries. While building that company, I noticed a massive need for a solution that had a greater effect on companies' bottom lines. So when budgets get cut and times get hard, our solution wouldn't get deprioritized. So with my new company, in only 4 months, we've been able to go from concept to 6 figures in ARR at a Fortune 100 company. Companies are annually investing over $100 billion in job recruitment, allocating more than $1 trillion to address turnover costs, all while grappling with an unprecedented level of labor force shortages. So at Making Space, we are a talent acquisition and learning experience platform for companies to access pre-qualified, underrepresented talent pools. We make money by selling SaaS licenses to large corporations, creating a tangible journey from employment to promotions through data, and enabling companies to access talent who may not have had the privilege of going to college or university, or who are just traditionally overlooked in the job market. And in turn, we are bringing down hiring times, improving retention, and creating better outcomes. So these purpose-built courses are used for talent pipeline augmentation and upward mobility. We give corporations unique profiles of each individual that completes a course, outlining the skills they've acquired and really providing a data-driven assessment. We want to unlock all talent, including those from the most marginalized communities. So when corporations upload their content to our profile, to our platform, we ensure that that content is made accessible by generating sign language interpretation and creating compatibility with all assistive technologies, both input and output. And this is important because new laws are coming up where they are making online accessibility more and more stringent. And in 2020, companies lost over $6.9 billion on software accessibility-related lawsuits alone. We are giving talent the agency to pre-train and pre-qualify themselves for opportunities, and allowing companies to benefit from that hire from day one of employment. Unlike our competitors, which are Guild, Coursera, Degreed, we are turning education into direct job opportunities. This is exactly what we are doing with NBC Universal, one of our first enterprise customers, and we've managed to secure a 6-figure contract. Like many companies, they hire a high volume of talent that require uncommon and specialized skills and techniques. So on our platform, they can create and host accessible training content. They can access Making Space's talent pool of underrepresented talent, and they can receive a qualified and pre-trained hiring pipeline. This is also what we are doing with Netflix, also a 6-figure contract, building a talent pipeline of pre-qualified graphic designers and key art illustrators. And on our platform, we can also calculate the conversion of temp talent to FTEs, which is a critical metric for many contingent talent departments, and also for us as an impact metric, making sure that we are really providing long-term employment opportunities for individuals. Our forecast for the next year is to close 30% of our $2.5 million qualified pipeline. And then next year, we are forecasting an ambitious but doable $6.9 million in ARR. We are able to do this because our pipeline includes 22 enterprise logos, including Lionsgate, Amazon, and Vimeo, and many, many more. And our beachhead market is media, because I have deep access to that market, having already sold a company in that space. We don't have to start there. Our product is industry agnostic, but we think it's a great way to get globally recognized logos and to be able to accelerate faster. So the tech team is absolutely phenomenal. They're leveraging 20+ years of experience, and they were actually the same team that built Calendly, the scheduling business. They have also been working with me full-time since about March, and we also recently brought on our VP of Engineering, Matt Birch. So Making Space's vision is to create equitable and accessible pathways to employment while saving corporations billions every year. Personally, as someone who didn't get the opportunity to finish college and who was immediately discriminated against because of my disability when going up for a job, I truly wish Making Space existed for the 18-year-old me. By helping companies save money on their biggest yearly losses, by integrating with major enterprise systems, and helping low-income, disabled, and underrepresented talent find work and upward mobility opportunities, we are paving the way for Making Space's trajectory towards a billion-dollar valuation. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely. Next up is Novason Surgical.
Hi, I'm Stu Mitchell, the founder and CEO of Novason, where we are clearing the way for safer surgeries by eliminating the surgical smoke, which makes surgeries faster and more efficient without risking the health or safety of the patients or the healthcare workers. Whoops, I need a clicker. I used to do that in academia all the time, too. Our management team has experience in technology, business, finance, product commercialization. We have successful entrepreneurs that have made and sold companies. Well, that's not very clear. Much better. As you can see, it's difficult to work if you can't see what you're doing, right? Well, I've been collaborating for about 20 years with surgeons, businesses, government agencies, developing better technologies for treating disease and treating patients. Routinely, during our studies, we would have people come in from neighboring offices complaining about the smell and the smoke from the surgical devices we were using, electrosurgical devices. My surgeons, the collaborators that are there with me, they kind of shrug their shoulders and chuckle and say, yeah, we have smoke in the OR all the time. What's the big deal? Well, the big deal is that surgical smoke is putting their lives at risk and their patients' lives at risk. But it's not really about the passive smoke. It's about the surgeon's inability to see what they're doing. So on your left, this is an image of what surgeons see during a laparoscopic procedure using the current technologies on the market. This smoke is generated because the surgeons or the devices burn and char tissue. It obscures the surgeon's field of view. So let's put that in perspective. 1/3 of all surgeries have complications. 50% of them are considered avoidable. This costs the hospital system $215 billion per year in the US alone. So if you think about it, if the surgeons can't always see what they're doing, a chance of error increases manyfold. But it's not just about this, excuse me. So in addition, the surgical smoke is a carcinogen. The daily exposure of surgical smoke is equivalent to smoking 30 unfiltered cigarettes. Can you imagine the impact on the health of a surgeon after a 5, 10, 15-year career? And that's not to mention what happens to the patients. Well, we realized, after doing our studies, that we could impact all surgeries, making them clearer, safer, more precise. Because a surgeon really shouldn't have to risk their life to save a life. That is why we created Novason. At Novason, we do things a little different. We don't burn or char tissue. We don't create surgical smoke. We use ultrasound energy to weld tissue from the inside out, and we use ultrasound to cut tissue. Ultrasound is more efficient than the current technologies on the market. As you can see with this animal study I have playing up here in a loop, that we clearly weld the tissue together, we cut the tissue, we don't burn the tissue, we don't char the tissue, we don't generate smoke. Our medical advisory board consists of surgeons in robotic and other surgical specialties that require a smaller, safer device. Let me hit a couple of our highlights here. We have 4 working prototypes tested by over 1,000 procedures by our surgeons. We're ready for our first regulatory filing, our 510(k), pending our validation verification studies, which is the last step prior to commercialization. We've raised $10 million in funding. We have about $700,000 in pre-commercialization revenue integrating our technology with a surgical robotics platform. And we have about 16 patents. It's a $6.4 billion global market. We're initially going to focus on the US, which is 164 million procedures. 90% of those will use a device similar to this. 35,000 surgical suites, $2.6 billion spent on surgical devices. Our advantage is clear. We operate at 1/4 of the temperature of the #1 device on the market. That is why we don't burn or char tissue. That's why we don't generate smoke. We have very little thermal spread. We're smaller in diameter, which makes us more precise. We currently have a preferred equity offering open. This is to complete our first regulatory study and bring the first-in-class device, 3mm sealer divider, to market. Thank you.
All right, the next company is Nuvox Pharma.
I would like to thank Pepperdine University. It's a great honor for us to participate as a finalist in the most fundable companies. Our mission is to reverse hypoxia. Hypoxia occurs when the body's cells do not get enough oxygen and is a major cause of death in multiple diseases. In cancer, tumor growth creates faulty circulation, resulting in hypoxic tissue, which causes the tumors to metastasize and makes them resistant to chemoradiation and to immunotherapy. In stroke and heart attack, a blood clot blockage prevents the blood flow, causing hypoxia, which can kill. The current standard of care does nothing to reverse the underlying hypoxia. My last company, we developed the world's #1 selling injectable microbubble. I discovered a solution to hypoxia while I was playing with bubbles. I prepared a solution of microbubbles in saline, and they shriveled up. Then I bubbled oxygen into the solution, and the bubbles poofed back up. I could repeat this hundreds of times. Aha! The microbubbles and bubbles could deliver oxygen. How this works is we have developed nanobubbles. We use a safe material with boiling point less than body temperature. The material dissipates. Upon injection into the body, it forms nanobubbles. The nanobubbles circulate through the lungs. They absorb the oxygen. They are much, much smaller than red blood cells and can go to places the RBCs cannot. They offload their oxygen and reverse hypoxia. We have the first solution to treating arguably the most important unmet need in medicine. I am proud to share you the progress we have made on our strategic development plan. Glioblastoma is a fatal disease with survivability, primary brain cancer, with survival of less than 5%. We conducted a phase 2A study, and we had a 40% improvement in survival. Simply put, nano-2, nanobubbles, reverses hypoxia in cancer. In stroke, this is the single greatest cause of long-term disability, and we can reverse this trend with nano-2. To the left, you see an animal with a stroke. The large white area is the stroke in the brain. To the right is an animal administered nano-2 with stroke. Only a faint, tiny stroke can be seen. We conducted a phase 2A trial in stroke patients and had an improvement in functional outcome. We are the only company developing nanobubbles for oxygen delivery, and we are the most advanced company in the world in the field of oxygen therapeutics. We have received 9 issued US patents and have a bunch of patents allowed and in the pipeline. We have a GMP certified facility. We've received $17 million in investor funding and $15 million in non-dilutive grants. We are enrolling presently in an 87-subject trial in brain cancer funded by the NCI. The United Kingdom is funding a 150-subject trial in stroke, and BARDA is funding a phase 1B trial in respiratory distress. Glioblastoma is a $300 million revenue opportunity, but is the entry point into the broader oncology market where there is $17 billion sale potential. Stroke and respiratory distress could be over $7 billion in sales. We will make our money either by sales, licensing fees, royalties, or a sale of the company. Furthermore, there is broad recognition throughout medicine that there is great need for adjunct therapy with oxygen in multiple conditions, so we have potential to roll this out to address many unmet needs. We have a complete team with all the skill sets necessary to execute and scale I am inventor on over 120 issued US patents. The members of our team have had prior successful exits. We are seeking a $25 million round of financing, which will enable us to finish product registration for brain cancer and position the company for successful exit. In 1917, there was the first known use of supplemental oxygen. This enabled climbers to reach the summit of Everest. The future is Nano 2, which will propel humanity to even further heights.
Thank you. And next up is OneFull Health.
Wow, Dr. Unger, I can smell the California innovation again. I've done a lot of innovation myself. As Edison implies, I'm an inventor, and I worked up in Silicon Valley for a couple of decades, helping to make robotic factories and machine intelligence-based processes for the semiconductor, electronics industry, making all kinds of gadgets. But you know, I always thought that this technology was too good to be just used for those little toys that we have. And I became fascinated by the science that's coming out about personalized medicine, and thought that this technology could really make personalized medicine broadly available, benefiting millions and millions of people. So I had some personal experience, and some of you probably have too. About 14 years ago, I had a condition. I was prescribed a drug. It was supposed to make me better. I got worse. And I was surprised to learn from a Duke hematologist that, oh yeah, we know that. We've known that for a long time, but it's not part of our standard procedure. Scientists and doctors have known for decades that people respond differently to medicines, but they've not put into practice that science to really beyond, in fact, a narrow area called precision medicine, which it is being applied mostly in oncology. But many of the procedures in precision medicine for oncology are $500,000 a treatment, not something that's going to get broadly spread. So if we have precision medicine, though, we can greatly improve the way that medicines work. Well, it's a big problem, right? So maybe Big Pharma's going to solve it. Don't think so. They're not motivated to improve how the medicines that we have, how they work. They are motivated by new, unpronounceable medicines that cost a fortune, and one of them for every possible ill you can think of. Look at these statistics. If you're over 65 today, you're probably taking 4 pills a day. At least half of the population is. And the problem is getting worse. People in long-term care facilities are taking dozens of pills a day, and it's causing a lot of problems. Basically, what happens is people stop taking them, and medicines that you don't take don't work, and so they end up back in the hospital, another heart attack, even though if they had stayed on the medicines, they would have lived many more years. And so this is a big, big problem. Don't think Big Pharma is going to do this. But Little Pharma, that's what we are. OneFull Health, we are an e-pharmacy. We are a compounding pharmacy with automation. And unlike most other things, this is a simple idea. We take what you're taking in 3 to 5, 6, 7 medicines. We use just the active ingredients, none of the fillers, none of the binders, so that you're getting just the pure drug, which we've tested, and in fact can now make it into a very small product for you. We do this very efficiently with some of that type of automation that I helped invent, and it means that we do it accurately, and we can do it at a much lower cost. Some of these 5-drug medications that we can make for you are only $1 a day. So very, very affordable, even if you don't have insurance. So our business model is to work online, gather information about patients, aggregate that, create a digital profile work with online cardiologists and physicians with our pharmacist team online to create the best formula and then make it and ship it with our robotics directly to your home. Cardiovascular is our first product. Sorry, I just skipped over that. It's a $5 billion market. We suspect there are more than 20 million people that could use this post-stent, post-bypass surgery, post-heart attack. But we don't think the technology is limited to cardiovascular. It's just that we're not going to boil the ocean to begin with. We have to focus on an addressable market. This technology can be used for diabetes. It can be used in, there's great research coming out in mental health. And we know, we're not an AI company, but we know that the research is there to redeploy a lot of existing medicines using AI and come up with new solutions. So we're sort of the picks and shovel model. You know, you get that here in California, right? Picks and shovel, gold rush, all that. So we've done work in the past too and have spun out a company that actually make personalized nutrition for kids. So it's not just about the elderly. We can do it in a form like this that kids are used to taking, and eventually will be another market segment. We're not really a startup. We've raised a lot of money. We're $4 million in revenue. We're looking for another $3 to $5 million, and we think we're the most fundable way that you could possibly invest to affect the quality of life and increase the longevity of the most people. Thanks a lot.
All right, let's hear a word from one of our sponsors, Mike Lilly from CFO Plans. Mike.
Hey everyone, how is everyone doing? It's my annual reminder that I picked the wrong school. So, yeah, I'm Mike, Director of CFO Plans. Happy to be here today. Before we get into it, I just want to do thank yous. Thank you to Pepperdine, the faculty, and Amy and Rachel again for another great year. It's an amazing competition, and we're thrilled to be a part of it, in a small and humble part, but an important part too. Founders, when you wake up every day, you have a lot of things on your plate, always. Millions of things. You got to hire people, you have to sell, you have to go out and do fundraising, which is why we're all here today. And we take a very small portion of that work off your plate by doing finance and accounting work for you. And so we do 4-person dedicated teams, 30-minute response times, and then we also price our services based on the revenue of your business so that it's completely transparent and there's no hidden costs. And now that we got the pitch out of the way, I did want to give a couple more thoughts on today, because different from this year compared to last, Amy, I was very humbled by this too, asked me to be a judge. And so I got to see kind of, firsthand just the level of work that you all provided to get to this point. But even if you were just a semifinalist too, or even before that, it was really almost like a dissertation. And so I think that that really helps frame the company in such a way where if the fundraising scene is challenging, you're going to be able to go out and attract more investors just because of how much more work that you had to do compared to a normal company, which I evaluate all the time, is like 8 to 10 pitch deck slides, and that's about it. And so I think this is head and shoulders above everyone else. We kind of glossed over this too, but Clemens kind of pointed out that 2022 has already raised $50 million. I mean, that's incredible. And so I don't want to take anything away from 2023, but I guarantee you, 2023, based on everything I've seen so far, will meet or exceed that. So we should all be very proud of that. And the last thing too is we have Gary, who's our founder and CEO. Gary's a Pepperdine alum too, and he's 8 miles away. But I think that this event is so great that I actually flew all the way out here from the East Coast just to be here with you today to tell you that face to face. So I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
And then next up is Opus Medical Therapies.
I got audio. I'm unique. Thank you, Pepperdine. It's an honor to be here. I'm Jaime Sarabia, the CEO of Opus Medical Therapies, and I'm here to talk about a critical issue affecting millions of patients around the world, and that's heart valve disease. So I want to bring you into my world. I'm going to tell you a quick story. Back in 2001, I was sitting in a conference room in Redwood City, California with my future boss, and we were watching a video very similar to the one I'm showing you today. It was an open heart procedure of a cardiac surgeon repairing a valve. And I was amazed at the skill and the courage that these surgeons have to go in there and affect a patient the way that they do. And after several minutes of discussing this video, my future boss shut down his laptop and he turned to me and he said, you know, a lot of patients that need this kind of procedure done are too sick to undergo open heart surgery. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to do what that surgeon just did with an open heart procedure, but do it on the end of a catheter and do it without, you know, putting them on bypass. And I remember thinking at the time, wow, that's ambitious. That sounds really hard, and I'm not so sure you're really sane. But I was young and I was foolish, and I said, and I really wanted a patent, so I said, screw it, I'll join it. So, and we did, and that company was successful, and that was eValve, and that product was the MitraClip. And the MitraClip ended up becoming one of the most successful medical devices developed in the last 20 years, and it became one of the foundational pieces in structural heart interventional cardiology. It was so successful, it was bought by Abbott for $410 million, and today it represents about a $4 billion product for Abbott Vascular. So this is a huge product and a huge opportunity. But the revolution is important for a couple of reasons, right? It was a first-generation technology, and you can imagine first-generation devices are sometimes wanting for features. The MitraClip is no different. It is a rather complicated device to use. It treats a very specific type of patient, and it doesn't treat them completely. But because they established a market and they showed that this is very valuable, it attracted a ton of new innovators into the space. So in the 2010s, shortly after Abbott got their approval, there was a flood of technologies that ran into the market trying to have some success and mirror the success of Abbott. Unfortunately, a lot of those companies just didn't have a lot of success. But that doesn't mean that they didn't have any merit. So what happened is a brilliant interventional cardiologist who's sitting in the crowd today, and you can talk to him, had an idea. He had a lot of experience with all these different devices, and he thought to himself, hey, what if I take the best of all these different technologies and figure out a way to assemble them into one super device? If I could do that, then I could treat not just the mitral valve, I could treat the mitral and the tricuspid valve and double my market. I could treat patients more completely, and the MitraClip only eliminates the leaky heart valve. He thought he could do that, you know, eliminate it. And then if he could do that, he could provide relief for the millions of patients right now that are currently orphaned. But it's a very complicated thing to do, and he figured out a way to do it. So he talked to me about it, and I had been in MitraClip, so I knew the space well, and I saw his idea, and I was like, wow, that's a great idea. I think we should do something. But before I commit, I want to talk to some of my friends who also have done this for 20 years and see what they think. And I showed them the idea, and they thought it was a great idea. So we assembled a team in 2017 and said, hey, let's realize this dream and see what we can do for them. And this is a team of people that were involved with eValve and the MitraClip. Collectively, we have over 90 patents in the space and have spent dozens of years developing interventional devices. And we took that idea and we rendered it. And we came up with this concept that I'm about to show you. So what we were able to do, what he was thinking of doing is he was placing an anchor on the septum of the wall between the right and left ventricle. And once that anchor is placed, we secondarily come in with a heart valve replacement and dock to it. And this is significant because we're the only ones that can do this, and it allows us to treat valves in a safer, more effective way than anyone else out there. And this is unique to us. After that anchor is placed, we come in with our valve, we expand it into position, we adjust those lines connecting it to our anchor, and we eliminate the MR. And this approach can treat both the mitral and the tricuspid valve, which we think is very powerful. And the modularity is very unique, which means we can do things beyond just valve replacement. So we think we have a very good idea. And so we took that rendering of that idea and said, okay, let's expand the network of people we're talking to. So we talked to some key opinion leaders, the former CEO of Medtronic, the founder of Boston Scientific, and some chairmen of some very important investment banks that do this, that do mergers and acquisitions. And they liked the idea. They liked the idea so much that they invested in us and also became advisors, which I think is a bigger endorsement than just the capital. So on top of that, we got a $20 million commitment once we developed the technology further from Venus MedTech to get this into people. Using that money in 2020, we've been able to freeze the design, get 7 patents, complete our animal studies, and get through a more rigorous, and work our way towards 2024 to doing a first human use. So we want to get into people, and by late this year, we would like to do both the mitral and the tricuspid valve, and we think that, and we need some help to do that. So we need about a $4 million raise going on. $3 million will allow us to get into people next year. And if we do that, we think we can help the millions of people suffering from mitral valve disease. So if this is something that resonates with you and tugs at your heartstrings, so to speak, come talk to us. We'd love to have you part of this journey. We're Opus Medical Therapies. Thank you, everyone.
Next up, RemotelyMe.
Small change, I guess it's ready, set, food.
Sorry, ready, set, food.
Well, while we're waiting for that to come up, I just wanted to tell you how excited I am to be here to talk to you about how we can end the food allergy epidemic. My name is Daniel Zukowski. My nephew developed severe food allergies about 6 years ago. And at the time, there was already so much evidence about the ability to prevent food allergies. And with the approach we've developed, we can now make food allergy prevention a reality for everyone. Right now, as context, about 1 in 13 babies develops a severe food allergy. And that's really a dramatic increase from recent decades. And it's not just because we're better at testing. There's actually been a dramatic rise in the rates of severe allergic reactions, EpiPen prescriptions, et cetera, which gives us an opportunity not only to make quality of life dramatically better for parents and for families, but also to bend the cost curve and to save money for payers and healthcare systems. And we'll talk a little bit later about how we partner not just with consumers, but also with the healthcare system to drive change for everyone. The really exciting news is that we know, based on 23 different randomized controlled trials now, that we can prevent between 70 to 80% of severe food allergies from developing. And that's what's consistent between all these clinical trials, is they started feeding small amounts of allergenic protein from a very young age, when the baby was about 4 months of age, doing it frequently for an extended period of time. So the first clinical trial was the LEAP study, looking at small amounts of peanut powder regularly, ending up preventing 81% of severe peanut allergies from developing in the first place. And there's now been so much clinical evidence that there's medical guidelines that say that every single baby in the US should be eating allergenic food early and often. These guidelines exist not only in the US, but also internationally. And they exist that every single baby should be getting this kind of prevention because the studies indicate that it's effective at preventing food allergies, but also because they indicate it's safe. Right now, about 200 people die every year in the US from food allergies, but we know that those allergic reactions are only getting more severe as people get older. So by intervening at the youngest ages, we not only have an ability to prevent food allergies, but we know that there's actually never been a fatal food allergic reaction under the age of 2. So by starting at a very young age, we can not only prevent food allergies, but also do it in a safe and gentle way. The challenge, though, is we know that implementation can be a real problem. In the largest clinical trial, there was actually only a 43% compliance. And that's even with a dietitian on call so that the parents can get advice on how to feed their baby these allergens. And that's what happened with my nephew so many years ago, is that he just wasn't developmentally ready for food. And by the time he was, it was already too late. So what we did is think about what are babies really eating at that age, and how do we get allergens in their diet? For us, it was very obvious that the only thing that babies are regularly eating every day is a bottle at 4 months of age. So if we could get the allergens that babies are already eating in their bottle, it would be fundamentally the easiest way we could get them exposed to allergens in a way that would prevent food allergies. But we know that continued exposure is also really critical. Babies need at least 6 to 12 months of regular exposure to allergens to be able to get the effective prevention. So we've developed at first an allergen protein powder that can dissolve in a bottle of breast milk or formula, so that no matter what a baby's eating, we have a patented system that can help them get the allergens into that bottle that they're drinking, all the way down to now we just a couple weeks ago launched puffs, which are a very, very common popular snack food form factor, but now with 9 allergens premixed inside. There's been such a big trend towards allergen-free food, which is really wonderful for babies like my nephew. But what babies really need for prevention and for health is to get the allergens in their diet early and often for an extended period of time. We've had some really great traction based on this evidence-based approach, where we've now in the last 12 months had over $5 million of revenue, which is up almost 3x from our Series A about a year and a half ago. We've had incremental and expanding commitments from large retailers, Walmart just expanding us from 6 SKUs to 10 SKUs going into next year, as well as getting non-dilutive grants for almost $2.5 million from Johnson & Johnson to study the ROI of our product. So we see big opportunities from retailers, from consumers, and we're very, very excited about the opportunity to work with Medicaid, where we've now locked in our first Medicaid contract to start for next year, because with 40% of babies are being born on Medicaid, we want to make sure we can really help every parent prevent their baby from getting food allergies. We've been very, very lucky also to work with some of the top allergists in the country to get there, people like Dr. Jonathan Spergel, who's the head of allergy at CHOP, and that's what's been able to help us attract great investors like Johnson & Johnson, Danone, and Providence Health. And with their help and with yours, we can really scale up insurance benefits so that every baby, whether on Medicaid or not, can get access to food allergy prevention at the right time. And then also help continue to grow our retail products like baby oatmeal and cereal at retailers like Walmart, Target, Sprouts, Kroger, and others, because if we can help every single parent in the US follow food allergy prevention guidelines, we can not only build an exciting new category of food allergy prevention products, but also prevent 300,000 babies every year from getting food allergies. So we're just wrapping up a $7.5 million fundraise. We're $6.5 million in, being led by J&J, Providence, and Danone. We hope you can help us and prevent a lot of babies from getting food allergies.
Thank you, Ready, Set, Food. Now it's Remotely Me.
Time to stop texting, pay attention. Hi, I'm Bill with Remotely Me. We're a veteran-owned business that uses visual neuroscience and cognitive AI to solve the world's #1 workplace problem, which might not be what you think it is. We've won several awards, including Top 25 Work Tech Vendor. We also invented an exciting new device called the telephone. Okay, I'm kidding. But in the next 5 minutes, we're going to discover why work tech is desperately in need of a disruptive change. I'm a former Navy diver. Our company's passion and purpose is to help our fellow veterans and all workers thrive and not just survive. What is the #1 workplace problem? It's trust. Low trust is costing global firms $9 trillion per year. Gallup says 79% of workers don't trust employers due to a lack of transparency, communication, development. As a result, 77% are disengaged, 81% failed. Companies reversing remote work policies are just making this worse. I saw lots of trust issues while building what became an Inc. 5000 consulting firm. Our chief science officer and I wrote 3 books on this topic. Organizations have tried to solve these problems. They've used engagement surveys, recruiting assessments, expensive learning and development programs, but these are outdated solutions. They're no longer working. They don't work because we actually have 3 brains and not just 1. Now, I know some people only have a half a brain. However, what we now know from neuroscience is that text-based tests appeal only to our logical brain, which is responsible for only 10% of our decision-making. Now, who hasn't applied for a job and spent 45 minutes taking a personality test that was invented back when we had dial phones, okay? They have low validity and completion rates, especially with the younger generation that prefer what? TikTok and YouTube. Most importantly, they can't discern for trust. Where are your eyes tracking right now? If it's to the right, your norepinephrine set point is high and you might make a great engineer. If it's to the left, it's probably low and you might make a great salesperson or maybe a politician. Our groundbreaking and patent-pending visual neuroscience can assess 100% of your brain in 9 minutes with 93% validity. We can also determine your strengths, your soft skills, and most importantly, your trust factors. Now, this is critical because Deloitte says high trust drives 400% more performance, 79% more productivity, and LinkedIn says the right soft skills can actually ensure 90% more job success. Once customers see the difference, they realize it's time for a change. Sales acceleration, for example, will save their recruiters hundreds of hours by using our solutions to automate candidate and their internal analysis. Better Homes and Gardens had an 85% realtor failure rate. By matching candidates against their success requirements, we can save them thousands in retention costs. Collab's use customers, this is the most exciting one, use our learning and development platform to train and inspire the next generation of workers. But our most exciting opportunity is with EOS Worldwide, a business framework. It's used by 170,000 companies. They estimate around 12 million in ARR. And these are standalone solutions, but when we combine them, we'll average around 100K for a 500-employee firm. We're in a red-hot market, 6 billion serviceable available market. Say that real fast 5 times. Our seasoned executive team has been there and done that with firms like HP, the Navy SEALs Training Command, the NFL, Medtronic, and the Irvine Company. Our current board advisors, there we go, include CXOs from Southwest Airlines, Royal Caribbean, ADT, Walmart, Udemy, and the CPO for ADT, formerly Walmart, is here with us today in the audience. You can talk to him. We have several blue ocean opportunities that can take us to 100 million in 5 years, but what our advisors are most excited about is our Veterans Network program we launched with an award-winning nonprofit where veterans and their relatives can certify as high-trust professionals. We'll then match them with open positions, and employers get access to over 1 million certified candidates while ensuring DE&I. We're getting excellent traction. We expect to drive about 2 million. Okay, recall our passion and purpose. Our solutions help Collab Youth receive 2 $1 million checks from Wells Fargo to educate the next generation of young adults. And many of their parents are veterans. Mentors at Wells Fargo, T-Mobile, Alaska Airlines are raving about our trust-building guides, which they use to coach these teens. We've seen hundreds who thought they couldn't succeed come out of their shells, embrace their strengths, and get accepted to Berkeley or Pepperdine and land a great job. You can help us continue to make a difference by investing in our seed round. Think of us as work tech meets biotech with visual neuroscience and cognitive AI to solve the world's #1 workplace problem. And we invented the telephone. Thanks.
Okay, next up is CMedX.
Hi, my name is Deborah Simpson, and I'm the CEO of CMedX. CMedX is an early warning for heart failure. We are in the middle of a healthcare crisis. Did you know in the US alone, over 500,000 people die from heart failure? 57% of that is preventable. Our non-invasive early warning solution will save lives. I am incredibly passionate about our company. My father, when I was very young, had his first heart attack at the age of 42. The crisis that the family went through was beyond impossible to deal with. It was painful. And he died at a very young age. The technology here is very complex. And as that, I brought Dr. Marco Griffa, who is also a PhD in biomedical engineering, and we're very lucky to have him on our staff. Dr. Mark.
Afternoon. So heart failure is the largest chronic patient population in the United States around the world, responsible for the largest healthcare cost, the largest number of unnecessary readmissions. Late stage 2, stage 3 heart failure patients can end up in the hospital 15 times in a given calendar year, up to a cost of $20,000 per admission. Now, you've all seen these patients walking around. They've got the swollen ankles, they've got the pulmonary congestion. We send them home, how do we monitor them? They step on a scale. I mean a regular common bathroom scale, or they undergo an invasive and costly Swan-Ganz catheterization, which is the current gold standard for monitoring. The CMedX technology platform, which Dr. Kevin Ferguson is holding over here, is a non-invasive electrode-based platform. It contains a proprietary algorithm that allows us to anticipate the changes in heart functioning before it occurs. Our predictive algorithm allows a clinician to predict the onset of fluid overload in a heart failure patient 48 to 72 hours before the onset of clinical signs and symptoms. Huge. Our algorithm was developed over 10 years across 10,000 patients. We have a proven accuracy of 93% against the gold standard. We have a bibliography of more than 100 peer-reviewed papers in science, medicine, and engineering. The literature has literally referred to our technology as a non-invasive chest X-ray. Why CMedX? What makes us different? We have an approved CPT reimbursement code addressed by the insurance companies. We have a successful track record with the FDA with multiple 510Ks. In addition to that, the FDA has also mandated within our 510K that you must use CMedX electrodes with CMedX technology. What does that do? It sets up the very lucrative razor blade business model that goes along with that. Our competition can provide a similar level of pulmonary cardiac data, but they require an invasive and costly device and procedure that goes along with that. However, on the day that CardioMEMS achieved their 510K, the company was bought for $400 million. That set a new industry benchmark and once again highlighted the importance of fluid monitoring in a heart failure patient. We had some of our previous presenters talking about tugging on the heartstrings. Whether or not you're replacing a mitral valve, whether or not you are providing a brand new pill, the CMedX technology is poised to create a paradigm shift in cardiology and heart failure monitoring going forwards. In the next 5 years, it is our goal for CMedX to be for heart failure what Dexcom is currently for diabetes. We have a tailored monitoring solution towards the largest chronic patient population with a targeted predictive index for the #1 reason for hospital readmissions, with the ability to stop those readmissions before they ever occur.
With that, I'd like to take over about the accomplishments. We have got 4 patents, and we have 6 patent pendings. Why has other solutions not come up with our solution? They're going to violate our patents. That is why it's so powerful. We have already our reimbursement codes. We have everything in place. And with that, I'd like to describe the real power behind our company. We have a team that's had a total of 15 exits. We are passionate about this product. We are a NASA veteran team. I was on the board of directors at the NASA incubator chosen out of Silicon Valley. And of course, Mark works them directly. And we are making a very disruptive change to cardiology, taking a $25,000 procedure, making it a $54 non-invasive scan. Heart failure will be a home-based disease instead of a hospital-treated disease as it is today. Overall, this is a new vital sign that we will create. And as I mentioned earlier, my dad passed away, and he gave a tremendous gift to life. And how? Because heart failure is my passion. He died of it. And we're going to save millions of lives, along with a huge multiple, in a $31 billion market. And we're just incredibly passionate about it. And please join us. We've closed $5 million, and we have 15 open. And we actually just closed last week. So we're very excited and look forward. And thank you so much from Amy and the entire team for making this possible. We're honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, only 3 more companies. But first, a word from another one of our sponsors, Jason Hammond from Fidelity.
Thank you very much, and it's sure a pleasure to be here, and really want to thank Amy and her crew with the MFC program in Pepperdine University. We're very, very honored and very happy to be involved in this program. Exciting. Congratulations to all you founders out there. You've done a tremendous job. You should be really proud of yourself and what you're doing. As me, as someone who's had 4 exits in my life, I'm a little older than you. It's been a while. Some not exits as well, but I've been through everything. I've seen a lot, but I haven't seen everything, but I like seeing what you're doing. You should be proud of what you're doing, and you should be proud of where you're going. Fidelity private. Whoever thought Fidelity would be in the private markets? Let me see some hands here. You probably thought I was coming to sell mutual funds, 401k plans. No, I actually came from a company called Shoebox. I don't know if anyone's heard of Shoebox. Shoebox was developed 10 years ago by a founder who actually sold a company called Endeca to Oracle. He sold it for quite a bit of money. But when he was doing that and selling the company, he realized, I'm going in and paying 25% of the funding that I get back into lawyer fees and other fees. So he developed Shoebox as really an equity financing solution. That evolved into, after 7 years, a cap table management solution, a data room, workflow solution, as well as an HR solution that integrates with the PEOs, Gusto, and those other companies. Fidelity came to us about 2 years ago and said, we want to get back into the private marketplace. Okay, we said, okay. They came in, and Fidelity did a lot of due diligence with us. Came in and said, we're going to do that with other companies too, so it's not just going to be you. So they looked at a lot of the different cap table management companies out there, and they ended up choosing Shoebox. But it wasn't that simple. It was an integration. But the due diligence for the integration, as you know, was as hard as due diligence that everyone goes through for a round of funding. It was very difficult. So about 6 months or 8 months into doing the integration and building it, we realized they were actually looking to acquire us. So they had a plan in mind that they said, we can do two things. We can actually stay away from the private market, move on, stay with the public market, okay? But they decided, we're going to go all in with the private market. So they acquired Shoebox in January, which was very exciting for me. Having a company like Fidelity behind us and backing us, it's a great feeling. Now, what we can do is we can get a seed company onto their platform, do all your raises through Fidelity, and then we're going to build an integration that enables you to IPO, and then once you IPO, you go into net benefits. So it's a smooth transition, take care of you the whole way. That is what we want to do. That's what we're planning on doing. We have a great, great team building our product, and we're excited to work with all you founders, and would love to see you at the booth, speak to you how we can work together. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Valkyrie.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Welsh. I'm the CEO and founder of Valkyrie. When I was a kid, I was on my own a lot. And it sounds great, but the hardest part of it is being able to get what you need when you don't have a car, right? Finding what I needed for school, getting meals. It was very difficult. And then I joined the Army and was selected to be a ranger, and we did a lot of missions behind enemy lines, and it became just as apparent how difficult it is to get the things you need when you don't have a means to get there. And so it really stuck with me that this was a problem I kept dealing with, and it became something that I built my life around solving. So I built a team around me to build this technology to create autonomous point-to-point last mile delivery using drones. And so the issue with drones, when you order anything from overseas, China to Malibu, wherever, 53% of the costs come from just the last mile, and drones don't solve that. They'll get it to you quicker, cheaper, more effectively, but they won't actually solve the pain points of the last mile, which are failed delivery attempts, stolen delivery attempts, missed package deliveries, and multiple package delivery attempts. And so our solution was designed to solve that completely modular with our landing stations, drones, and software. So a customer orders a package. This employee comes, places it right in the landing station. It's all controlled through our app, which you saw him wave his phone. It then goes into the landing station elevator, checks the airspace, loads onto the drone, and once it's clear to take off, it takes off and flies entirely autonomously to its receiving point. So while it's doing that, it's making sure that there's nothing in the way. The airspace is deconflicted, and once it gets to the receiving point, it does an authentication. It says, I'm this drone, are you that landing station? Great, everybody's in the loop. And so then it goes through a precision landing, shoots notifications to everybody involved, the shipper, the recipient, the drone operator. Everybody knows where it is in real time at all times. And this customer then goes, picks up his package, and he's on his day. We change no customer habits. We make no difference from you picking something up from a parcel locker today. And we're the only company in the market right now that provides a full end-to-end, that is modular, and also able to work with every drone airframe on the market. So if you have an existing fleet of 20, 50, 100 drones, the last thing you want to do is go and replace that with our system. We'll put our landing stations in, put our software on your drone, and now your drone fleet works with any one of our landing stations. That works for multi-tenant networks as well when you have Amazon, UPS, Grubhub. Everybody's delivering to one box. And there's nothing else like that on the market, and that's because we're protected by 32 granted patents. If you're delivering to anything but the ground, you're probably going to be infringing on one of them. We have an additional 34 pending and even more that are going in, so IP is one of our strongest areas. It covers a little bit over 45% of the world's population currently. And so the last mile delivery market, the meal delivery market, it's staggering numbers, hundreds of billions of dollars, and only expected to grow. Customers are expecting their stuff faster, cheaper, more efficiently, and there's nothing in the last mile that can provide any relief to that. And so our specific piece, using drones to deliver, all of the current economics have shown that drones are 22 times cheaper than using what we're using today. So we can provide all of this cost to people at a much lower rate, giving people greater access to medicine, food, closing food deserts, closing medical deserts. And everybody asks, why now? Drones have been talked about for a decade. Well, we are on the cusp of the new regulations. They are coming at the beginning of 2025 in the US and Canada. We already have seen it started to move in Europe. They're having deliveries across Ireland already. China's been doing thousands of deliveries a day for the last few years. So this is coming to the US very, very soon. And so how we're starting is this product on the bottom left is our 6-locker system. We also have a single locker system. We'll be releasing Skybridge, which is a container version for many deliveries, all the way to our residential units, which include mailboxes and window units. And so we've been on a really good tear right now. From 2021, when we first operationalized and commercialized our first product at the end, we did 554% growth into 2022. We're on track to do another 460% growth this year, and we are going to be raising some money to close that 20 million plus pipeline that we have built. And so we are working with a number of hospitality, quick service restaurants, different military applications, maritime. The beauty is that this technology, you can put whatever you want in the box, and it shows up where you need it fully autonomously. So I appreciate everybody taking the time, and if you hate running errands as much as I do, let's make those a thing of the past.
Next up, Vicardia Therapeutics.
Welcome, everyone. I have to tell you, a spectacular program, and I am thrilled to be part of it, part of the winner's circle. My name is Michael Kokash. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Vicardia Therapeutics, and I'd like to tell you the story about Vicardia and GP531, our treatment for acute heart failure. It's a complex story, but one with a happy ending. It's about the pump, the plumbing system, and the energy supply. The healthy human heart weighs about 10 to 12 ounces, and it pumps 10 tons of blood every day through the plumbing system that's 60,000 miles long. The energy is supplied by the mitochondria, a small organelle in all of the cells in the human body. The heart recycles approximately 14 pounds of this microscopic molecule every day. Did I advance? Oh, sorry. And now imagine this happens and you're only 45 years old when it begins. The plumbing system becomes constricted, the heart rate and blood pressure increase, fluid builds up in the lungs and other organs. The heart pumps harder and harder against greater and greater resistance. The heart's physical condition begins an irreversible downward spiral. the heart loses its shape and its functional capacity. This is chronic heart failure. I should also mention the mitochondria, under stress and deprived of oxygen, produce less and less ATP, reinforcing the downward spiral. Now, it takes a turn for the worse. And imagine you're only 60 when this happens. Even the very best medications available today are unable to reverse the condition of chronic heart failure that has continued to spiral downward out of control. And now, one day, the heart says, I've had enough. I just can't keep going any longer. This is acute heart failure. It requires immediate hospitalization, and saving the patient's life requires extraordinary medical intervention. Even the very best drugs available today are inadequate to treat acute heart failure because these drugs work on the plumbing system, not on the pump, and not on the energy supply. The consequences are dire. Hospitalizations are increasing, mortality is accelerating, and the economic burden destroys global healthcare budgets. Now, this story does make a turn for the better, and it involves our treatment, GP531. It works on the pump and the energy supply, not the plumbing system. It reduces stress on the mitochondria, increases ATP production, reverses damage to the heart muscle, and improves contractility. And it does all this without increasing heart rate, blood pressure, or metabolic oxygen consumption. Our clinical research indicates that GP531 is extraordinarily safe to use. I'm being signaled here 30 seconds to go. GP531 revives the energy output, restores the plumbing action, and we're meeting the moment in more than just acute heart failure. We have drugs in development for chronic heart failure, metabolic disorders, neurological disorders. We have 40 patents granted and 8 patents pending. We have an initial public offering scheduled for Q1 2024, and that will fund our phase 2 clinical trial. And the FDA has approved our protocol, and we believe we have substantially de-risked the phase 2. We are poised for potentially being a very valuable company. We have a management team with experience taking companies from startup to exit, and a board of directors that are global leaders and industry experts. And our scientific advisory board includes the stars of the heart failure constellation. Thank you.
And our last company, alphabetically, is WebFund.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mark Keneally from WebFund. I launched MTV across the world, including dealing with the Kremlin to launch what was still the Soviet Union. We beat CNN, our arch rivals, for about 3 weeks. So the Viacom, the owners of MTV, share price went through the roof. It even made my old boss, Sumner Redstone, smile, which was a very rare occurrence. I then became president of MTV China before I joined Rupert Murdoch to be in charge of pay-per-view. Now, One of the big things about doing pay-per-view is we did the Spice Girls from Wembley Stadium. Now, you'd think dealing with the Kremlin and the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, would be difficult. Just try dealing with 5 separate lawyers for the Spice Girls. Absolutely incredible, but somehow we managed to do the deal, and to this day, the pay-per-view for Spice Girls is the top-selling music pay-per-view of all time. At the same time, 12 years ago, my sister was getting married, and she complained about the fact that there's a serious lack of wedding details, wedding information, wedding content, even wedding magazines. I also discovered the wedding market is absolutely enormous. There are 65 million weddings a year. That's a cool 200,000 a day, and it's a 300 billion business. So I raised some money in the UK and launched the award-winning Wedding TV, which I exited about 12 years ago and moved, actually 8 years ago, to move to the US. But I never forgot the potential of the wedding market, especially with the disappearing wedding magazines, because nobody is printing wedding magazines anymore. But planning a wedding is extremely difficult. There is so many things taking place. And also the wedding industry has changed. Everybody wants everything personalized. They want it today, and they want the best wedding in the world, theirs. So we came up with WebFund. WebFund basically is the answer to the problem by coming up with 3 simple solutions. First of all, it's the WebFund planning app, WebFund TV, and the community. So the app, basically, it's the ultimate show and tell. We will basically explain how to do it, how to actually put a daily countdown list together. Here's what you need to organize, even going up to organizing a best man speech. And I'm not going to use those 2 letters which you know about, but it's tech-orientated. Secondly, WebFund TV. This is where basically we will use masterclass type short videos to basically design a wedding invitation, to basically doing everything beyond that. So you've got the show and tell, you've got the WebFund app telling you how to do it, you've got WebFund TV as well, and one of the biggest areas is the community. Everybody that has access to the WebFund app will have free coverage to basically talk to anyone, anytime, any place. Also, the wedding industry continues to increase at a very rapid rate. In addition to the 65 million weddings a year, in the US last year there was 2.4 million. This year there will be 2.5 million, so it continues to increase, and we do not rely on advertising. So our big 3 areas really is there, but e-commerce, literally billions is spent in the 12 months, because the average amount of time between getting married, to getting engaged to getting married is 12 months. E-commerce is the biggest area. Literally billions is spent during that time. In addition to the money, we've got one incredible team, including Simon Withington, who's our programming director from the BBC, and that very handsome chap over there, our chief financial officer. The thing about the app is it makes life easier. It's putting together a wedding. A wedding is extremely stressful. You've got at least 80 things to organize. We've managed to raise $500,000. We're looking for a cool 2.5 million, and we're projecting very conservatively 160 million, which is only 2% of the wedding market, only 2% of the actual wedding market. And the interesting thing about the word fun, we live in an incredibly grey world. One of the great things about the recent Barbie movie is it just electrifies the fact that we need more color in the world. The other thing I like about the word fun, it's in Fundable. And it's also, and the scalable thing in a nutshell is basically we will be 160 million, 2% of the market. It will be the brand leader. And the other thing about fun, it's in our name. It's WebFund.
Okay, there you have them, the 2023 Pepperdine Graziadio Business School's most fundable companies. Okay, so we're going to take another 10-minute break. So let's come back here at 3:35. Then we'll have our keynote and then our awards presentations for the 17 companies in their various categories. So see you back here in 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to get started here in a minute. Okay, welcome back. So while everyone's getting seated, I'd like to take a moment to send a special waves thank you to alumnus and silver sponsor Garrett Gilbertson of Startup Mavericks. And Estrella by Equinity joins us this year, also as a silver sponsor. And thank you to the Palmer Center for Entrepreneurship and the Law at the Pepperdine Caruso School of Law and Executive Director David Feingold. So, okay, our resource partner sponsors this year are Flying Point Industries, Net Capital, Scherzer International, SoCal IP Law Group, and Stubbs, Alderton, and Marklees. We thank you for your financial support. Also like to thank our in-kind premium sponsors, Business Rockstars, Co-Founders Lab, SoCal Keiretsu Forum, led by Chapter President Connie Harrell, one of our advisory council members. Thank you, Connie. Also, Pismo Ventures, Thai SoCal, Stella Angels, which was founded and chaired by Pepperdine alumnus and advisory council member Sylvia Ma, Tech Coast Angels, and Syndicate 708. All of these organizations have rallied to support all stages of our competition this year, including list winner exposure that will help them facilitate their funding. And the following in-kind sponsors provide benefits directly to the list winners through their expertise and services. To all these incredible professionals, many of whom are alums, many of whom are in person today, supporting the startups, all friends of Pepperdine Graziadio, thank you. Okay, about to join us up here to give a special keynote is our distinguished and very accomplished Graziadio and Caruso alumnus. It gives me great pride to introduce our dear friend, Jason Nazar. Jason was the co-founder and CEO of Comparably, the online platform to understand company cultures and employee compensation. Comparably was acquired by ZoomInfo. He was also the co-founder and CEO of DocStock, the premier content site to find any documents to start, grow, and manage small businesses. DocStock was acquired by Intuit. Jason is also the co-founder of Clovers.ai, the AI platform to enhance online hiring and job interviews. As if co-founding 3 companies isn't enough, Jason is an active investor. He has been a board member / advisor in many such notable companies, including Honey, Wondery, Flow, Tillis, Stack Commerce, CareLinks, and TicketMob. He currently serves on the board of Danvers, Sugar 23, Clovers, and Collab. We acknowledge that Jason is an adjunct professor at UCLA teaching entrepreneurship, which we hope to modify by adding him to the Pepperdine faculty ranks. He is the creator and host of leadership lessons on entrepreneur.com, Startups Uncensored, and the YouTube program, How to Start a Business. He's a popular and regular writer on Forbes, The Wall Street Journal, Inc. magazine, and Entrepreneur Media. Jason holds a BA from UCSB and his JD MBA from Pepperdine, where he was the student body president at both. His accolades include a listing on Most Admired CEOs in Los Angeles by the LA Business Journal. Mayor Garcetti appointed him as a City of LA Entrepreneur in Residence. Thank you, Jason, for coming back to your school. It's great to have you. Everyone, please welcome Jason Nazar.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, everyone. It is really quite an honor to be back here with you all, both because I was sitting here as a student in these seats the first day they opened the campus 20 years ago, almost to the day. So it's really special for me to, 20 years later, be here and see all of you and these amazing businesses that you are starting and building, helping so many different folks, your own journeys as students. And so it's just a really special privilege for me to get to spend some time with all of you. I've had a chance today to hear a lot of your business presentations, and they're amazing. And I just want to let you know that I'm here as a resource to help you all. I already have a couple ideas of who to put a number of you in touch with for VCs and partners and customers. And so I'll be around here after a while today to help out, and then obviously afterwards as well too. A lot of times I will start a talk like this saying the following. I will start by saying, I'm only here to talk to one or two of you today. And I'm only here to talk to one of you or two of you today because only one or two of you are going to end up going on to really do something amazing and special. And other than that just being categorically false, because so many of you are already doing something so special, I'm not going to start my talk this way. And I'm not going to start it this way because of the four most important people in my life. I'm going to come back and I'll tell you more a little bit about that later. And I'll tell you why I start talks this way, and I'll give it to you as something that you can use in your talks as well too. Sound like a fair deal? Yep. Okay. And maybe we'll save some time to have some Q&A and questions. I don't think I need to take the full 25 minutes. I think we should have siphoned off a minute extra for all the 17 companies, and I could have done 7 minutes, and it would have been better for everybody. So I want to talk to you about a couple areas that I spend a lot of time with founders on when I'm on their board and I invest in their companies. And I'm going to think of myself today as your partner and your investor and your advisor and your board member. And this is the conversation that we're all having together specifically about your businesses. And in part, it's from my experience the last 20 years building companies. In part, it's from all these other companies I've had a chance to invest in and be a part of and see their journeys and amazing successes like Honey, when it was two folks that came to a talk of mine at Caltech and then asked me to come on as an advisor. And I got a front row seat to watch them build a $4 billion company that they sold to PayPal, only to watch then the person that bought my company, my first company, DocSoc, just become the new CEO of PayPal. Right? So the world gets really small, and it's going to get small for all of us here. The thing that really has been the biggest surprise for me over the last 20 years in building companies is how little of the time that I and my team ever spent ever made a difference in doing anything meaningful, changing the trajectory of the company. The vast majority of time that, not the team, this isn't like, oh, I wish my team could have been better. I wish they were just better and smarter and cared more and worked harder. No, me. The vast majority of time that I've spent building businesses over software companies over the last 15 years made absolutely no difference to the company whatsoever. And this isn't like a humble brag. This isn't some downplaying. It's not being a martyr. It's just the actual factual truth. The majority of time that I spent, all those hours, the 13, 14-hour days, staying in the office regularly till 12, 1 a.m. as a source of pride. Look at what we're doing. Look what our team is. Look how hard we're working. Look how late we're staying. It just didn't make any difference. It didn't in any way change the trajectory of the company. It was on a path, and regardless of all these meetings I was doing and emails I was answering and all this product we were building, it just didn't fundamentally change the trajectory of what was happening at the company. And if I look back at my first software company, DocStock, and then I look back at Comparably, I can legitimately say there were about 4 decisions that I made over the course of 15 years in each of the companies that led to over $200 million in exits. And had those decisions not been made, had we not focused on those, had we not gotten those things right, everything else we would have done in between really would not have made any meaningful difference whatsoever. And so the thing that I try to stay the most focused on these days in any venture that I'm personally part of or that I invest in or that I help with is, what is that one thing? It's not many things. It's not a small set of things. It's not that 20% of things lead to 80% of our success. That's maybe generally in life, the Pareto principle applies. But where we are, for the stage that we all are at with our companies right now, it's really one thing. One thing leads to virtually 99% of our success because it gets us to the next point. And in many cases, it's just like, okay, how do we get that next round of capital? I've been watching your presentations. These are incredible companies, medical device companies, allergies, content companies. Like, they're hard companies to bootstrap. So at the end of the day, it's like, can we get the capital to build the business the right way? And so everything that's not in furtherance of getting that capital really is a non-starter. It doesn't make any difference. And so what I've tried to do is think through, like, okay, where do I spend my time? Where do my 10, 11, 12 hours a day go? And how do I orient my time to those things that are really just about 3 things and nothing else? Getting capital, building the team, and getting customers. That's it. That's really all that I should be spending my time on. Now, it's easy to say that as a platitude. Oh, of course, that's what a CEO does. She fundraises, she recruits a great team, she sets a vision, and she helps with customer acquisition. Of course, okay. But it's a different thing in practice, in your day, to actually force yourself to allocate your time to those things and nothing but those things. It's a hard thing when your team comes to you wanting to get input and meetings, and you get caught up and you see your inbox and there's all these different emails that you think that you should answer and all these things you need to respond to. On my phone right now, it says, I have 371,308 unopened emails. And that's because I made a decision a while ago that I'm like, I'm not gonna answer emails. You know, Ariana Huffington once told me something really important. She said, your phone is everybody else's to-do list for you, Jason. So I just have to keep my phone and my laptop away from me because they don't help me get the most important things in the day done. For example, in the last 2 years running Comparably, I told my EA, we're going to book every meeting I have internally, externally, from 7 a.m. till noon, and every afternoon is clear for me. That didn't mean I was not working. I was working until 9, 10, 11 o'clock regularly. But nothing could go on my calendar past noon without me giving a specific approval for it. Why? Because I needed those hours in the day as my thinking and my planning hours to do the things for the company that no one else was going to do. See, my team members could grow the company 5, 10, 15% a year. But they weren't going to grow at the 200-300% a year that I was expecting to grow and that my venture investors were expecting to grow it. That was my responsibility to figure out how to do that. And so I needed to have those hours in the day just to focus on those activities. Right? And so one of the things that, whether we're at the very earliest stage or whether you're running a company with hundreds of millions of dollars in ARR, that I always try to talk to folks about is that outsized financial returns come from focusing on demand and not supply. The activities that drive demand and not supply. Yes, it's important to build a product. Yes, it's important to have meetings. Yes, it's important to do all these inputs. But ultimately, we find the most success by solving for demand. Who can get the customer? Who can get the capital? Who can get that really critical team member? And then how much of our time do we spend on it? And so the main question I would ask each of you is, where are you spending your time on the day on the business? And if that time isn't directly related to sourcing capital or getting a customer, you have to ask yourself, like, do you have to be doing that thing? If you don't do it, if you stop doing it, what happens? Because what I found is that the things that kind of need to get done that are urgent but not important, they have a way of finding us. They'll come find us. They'll get done somehow. But it's the things that are really important but not urgent that get pushed off. And they can't get done in 10, 15 minutes. They need a day, they need a week, they need a month of consistent focus and attention to get to that solution. Right? There's a company I just invested in, these two amazing founders, and part of what I'm trying to get them to do is, I'm like, look, you've built this amazing smart device hardware product. You've sold $6 million of it. You've got 25,000 customers, but you're stuck and you're not growing. Why fundamentally you're not growing? Because the two of you spend too much of your time as co-founders on the supply side of the business. You have to allocate your day to two things. How do we raise more capital and how do we get more customers? Doesn't mean the answers are easy. It doesn't mean, no, just by focusing on it, all of a sudden it happens. But the things that are hard need more time, they need more attention, they need more iteration, they need more swings at the plate. And along with that, the other thing that I've kind of taken away and learned is that, especially at this phase where you all are in the first couple years of your business, maybe you're starting it, maybe you raised some capital, maybe you built a device already, let's think of what we're doing is you're designing a game that you're going to play for the next 10 years of your life. One of the things I've taken away is the folks that I've seen that there are exceptions, right? Instagram got bought for $1 billion after 2 years. There are exceptions, but most folks that build companies that are sold for hundreds of millions of dollars to a strategic buyer or to private equity, or take a company public, you're talking about a 15-year horizon. It's 15 years. The founder of ZoomInfo that just bought my last company is this incredible founder. He just turned 40 years old from Southern California, and he started with no funding, bootstrapping, just literally, it was contacts on a CD. It was as boring and unsophisticated and as schlocky as business. He was in law school, and he was finding email addresses of business people and putting them on CDs and mailing them out. Well, 15 years later, and he built a company that got to a $70 billion market cap before he was 40 years old. And the first 4 years of the business, he didn't raise any outside capital. And one of the reasons I respect him so much is, honestly, I didn't personally have that staying power. At my first company, after 7 years, I hit the bid. We had some opportunities to sell, and we did. And in this second company I started after 7 years, hit the bid. And obviously, I'm very lucky and fortunate for the outcomes that we've had. But to really build the kind of business that we all want and imagine for us, it's a 15-year commitment. It's a 15-year plan, right? And so what I mean by that is, if any of us were signing up to play a game, think of a game, a hobby game, a sport, for 15 years of our life, would you design a game that you suck at? Or would you design a game that you're already pretty good at and better at than most other people around you? Now, it sounds so obvious, but a lot of us design games that we suck at. And I know this because I designed games that I wasn't good at, and I had to figure it out along the way, and it made it much harder. So if we're someone that's good at sales and BD and relationships, well, it's like, well, why am I designing a game where I have to go and figure out digital media and compete against everybody and outperform them? I should be designing a game where my skill sets of finding people and closing deals is what moves the business forward. And whether it comes to your packaging or pricing or how you raise money or how you recruit talent, the thing to really think about is we're literally inventing a game right now with a set of rules that you're going to play for the next couple years of your life, but maybe for the next 15 years of your life. I started my first software company in the law school in my last year, and I'm like, oh, well, this will be a one-year project I work on. And 8 years later, I was still working on it. I didn't know that. And so part of it is thinking, like, just being super methodical about, okay, if this is a game that I'm going to play for the next 5, 10, 15 years, what do I want to set up as the rules of the game so that I have a competitive advantage and so that it's not fair? I don't want it to be equal. I don't want it to be an equal playing field. I want to have an unfair advantage in everything I do because of the skill sets and the things that I bring to the table, and to design the business specifically that way. And one thing, let's spend a little bit of time on fundraising, is the thing that it took me a long time to realize for fundraising is we are not competing against other companies in our category when we go to fundraise, certainly from any professional investor. Right? You're not competing against other medical device companies. You're not competing against other companies in the same software HR hiring space. We're competing against every single entrepreneur that's out there raising money. And so if you're a first-time founder, you have to realize you're competing against folks that have sold maybe multiple companies. And so how is it that you get an advantage against them? It's not the companies in your space. It's the unlimited set of companies that every investor can put her money into. And that was the thing that didn't click for me for a while. And I've personally raised $50 million, and I've been on the boards of companies having raised hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's a formula. It's a game that has a set of rules, especially with venture capital. And it's based upon momentum and scarcity and greed. It's really what it is. So how much conviction does that investor believe that they are going to have in a short period of time, that their allocation of capital to you is not just going to be a big outcome, but that it's a more assured big outcome than the next 500 companies that are pitching them right outside their door? And then how urgently do they have to act? Because unless a venture investor is forced to act almost immediately, they're not going to. Unless they're given a reason that they have to put that check in, they have to invest in the deal, or else it's going to be gone, they'll just sit on the sideline. Because wouldn't you, investing your money in anything, want to take an extra 3, 6, 9, 12 months to see how it plays out if the terms of the deal weren't any materially different? Why would any of us, imagine for a public equity, if I said, hey, the price of this equity guaranteed is not going to change in the next 12 months, but the business will, it may be making more or less revenue, would any of us invest today? Or would we just say, oh, well, let's see in 12 months how much revenue they're making if I've got an option to invest at this price no matter what? And that's basically a venture investor's mentality. I'm not going to make a decision until I'm forced to. So we have to give them reasons. We have to give them reasons of this is why you have to make the decision now. This train is moving. You have to get on the train. It's leaving the station. This is the one chance. And it applies in M&A too. I'll tell you a little secret of getting companies sold and bought. First off, I always heard this adage, companies are bought, not sold, and it's total BS. No one was knocking on my door to buy either of my companies. I proactively went out and I made the sale happen. And in both cases, I bluffed. I told the folks that I was talking to that I had an offer to have the company bought when I didn't. And that's what started the conversation. That's what got it going. Now, this is to get really specific for a moment, that's a very tricky thing to do in fundraising. Because if you go to an investor and say, hey, we have this impending offer, and I'd like you to put money in the company, because if you don't now, then you're going to miss out on your chance. If she passes on the investment and 60 days later you have no money, well, we kind of have egg on our face. But the reverse can be true in an M&A setting. Because if you tell somebody, hey, I've got an offer to buy the company, we should really talk now to see if this is the right fit for us to do something together, and they engage, which they many times will if there's something serious and credible about your business, and then there's some interest that they express, but it just doesn't happen. And then 3 months later, your company's still not bought by anybody. Well, all you need to say to them is, we didn't get an offer that we liked. We're going to keep building this business. And it actually puts us in a position of more strength and more credibility, right? Whereas it wouldn't with an investor if they know that you imminently need capital or that you're running out of capital. And so raising money is all about getting somebody lit up emotionally around the opportunity, that they feel like, this is where I'm going to make my mark, this is where I'm going to make my return, this is what I'm going to do to help people. But then scarcity and momentum. That train has to be leaving that station. And then obviously credibility. And so one of the secrets of fundraising is, if you don't already have a network of folks, or if you're coming in as a first-time founder, you don't have the credibility, you need to develop those relationships much earlier than you'd ever need the capital. And you need to give folks the chance to see what you deliver on a period of time and exceed the expectations of the things you say you're going to do. So I'll repeat that all one time. Let's say you want to raise, $20 million 6 months from today, or you want to start the process 6 months from today. You don't start the process 6 months from today, you start it today. Because you have to get in front of that venture investor and you have to say, hey, venture investor, I'm not raising money just yet. I will be very soon. Here's what we're going to achieve in this period of time. And you got to make sure it's something meaningful that they're excited about. And then you need to go through a cycle of whatever period of time you said and whatever you said you were going to achieve, you have to deliver more in less time and go back to them and say, hey, remember that thing I said we were going to do? We did more of it in less time. And then you do that cycle a second time. And for somebody that may not know you or have a personal relationship with you, that's a really important way that you can build credibility with somebody, by letting them see more than once that you have over-delivered on getting some important metric done. And that's what helps give the confidence to say, okay, well, this is the business that I want to invest in here, right? But it goes back to this thing that I really think so much about, which is that most of us, we just end up spending our time in the wrong areas. And it's just about being so focused and disciplined, right? To the point where it's like, I would get up and I would tell my team, take out a Post-it note, and I want you to write down the one thing you have to get done today and the one thing you have to get done this week, that if you get that one thing done and nothing else, it will most help you hit your goals or most change the trajectory of what we're trying to do. And before anything else gets done, before anything else gets worked on, that one thing has to get our most attention and focus and priority, right? And I've had a lot of rejection in fundraising. I've had a lot of folks say no. But at the end of the day, you only need to get one to say yes, and then you're off and you're building your business. And so the big things that I think about, again, are where we spend our time. How do you focus all of our time as founders on customer acquisition, on fundraising, on team building? How do you start? And basically, I never stop fundraising. Fundraising never stops. It's never done. It always is happening. One of the big things that I learned a long time ago is, with your own investors are going to be your most likely sources of capital going forward. Either in a bridge round of support, or they're going to introduce you to somebody else that invests in the next round. And so be really careful. Your sales process doesn't end with your investors when they write the check. It just begins. A lot of us go to a lot of time, effort, and attention to get that first set of money in the door. Congratulations on your $5 million in, right? And then it's like, okay, now I need to go back to building the business. But a lot of time and attention needs to get still spent on nurturing those existing investors, because they're the ones that, when times get tough, are most likely going to be the sources of bridge capital, and or are going to be the ones that any other investor has to get a absolutely, yes, this is an amazing company, to get that next check in the door. And then it's about orienting ourselves to focus on demand instead of supply, which is hard because the most gratifying part of building a business is making a great product that delights a customer. To doing that thing that meaningfully improves the customer's life. That's the joy. That's the benefit. You know, my favorite movie is the absolute worst business advice ever, which is, you know, if you build it, he will come. He ain't coming. They're not coming. There's not going to be a line of people in Iowa waiting to go to your baseball field. No one's freaking showing up. You can build it. They're not coming. The best products don't win out in the short term. The best marketed and the best sold products win out in the short term, and in the long term, the best products win. So yes, over a 10, 15, 20-year horizon, we have to have the best product to keep earning our customers' investment, their checks, their purchases. But that's not the way it works in the first year. Give me a B SaaS product with an A sales team, and I'll get to $10 million in ARR 100 times more quickly than an A product with a B sales team. And so our energy and attention has to stay maniacally focused on that customer acquisition, on that investment, and any team member that's critical to keep building the business. Now, I wanted to really take some time. And how much time do we have left in the talk? About 5 minutes? Yeah? You know, it's like I always hated talks that were platitudes and, oh, here was my experience, blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right, well, your experience is great, but I'm here for my experience. You all aren't here for me, and you shouldn't be. You're here for you, for your businesses, for your journey, for what you're going through. And so, you know, my drive over here, I'm like, okay, what's the most important thing I can give them all that's where their headspace is, where they're at? And I know where it's at. It's like, hey, you're here today because you need money. That was everybody's ask. So let's get you some money, right? Let's get the money. Let's get the money because we need the money to help the people. We want to help the people, but we need the money. So let's get the money. All right? And so hopefully you feel like there was something in there, and we're going to do more afterwards to help you get more money. But what I wanted to talk about was people. And the people that when we're on this journey conspire for our success, and then that we end up helping. And these amazing things of each of you are going through this experience now of going through school or going through building a business. But there's so many folks that you are affecting that we may not even realize. And the importance of keeping good people around us. Like, don't let bad people into your sphere. Be so careful with that. Be generous, be loving, be giving of your time, but don't let the wrong people into your sphere. Don't let them mess up your mojo, because the good people are going to accelerate what we do by 1,000 times, and the bad people are going to drain all our energy and resources and get us off track. And I told you I didn't start the talk the way that I did because of the 4 most important people in my life. The 4 most important people in my life are my 3 children and my wife. And they're in my life today because of a talk I did here 10 years ago. And I did that talk here 10 years ago because when I drove to the campus 20 years ago, I wasn't sure that I was going to come to Pepperdine. And I wasn't sure because the campus used to just have trailers, and then there were all these remote locations. And the namesake of the business school, George Graziadio, was an incredible entrepreneur, and he sold Imperial Bank to Comerica, and he made this building happen. And it was supposed to not happen. It's very hard to build a structure like this with the California Coastal Commission. And they weren't going to get approvals for it. They weren't going to get it done in time. And he was getting older, and he knew that he wasn't in good health. And there's this famous story of how he got on the phone with the governor of California and the Coastal Commission, and everyone said, you can't happen. He's like, I want this school open in the next 18 months. And had the doors not been ready to be open, where I could have been one of the first students in this physical campus, I wouldn't have joined here. And I got really lucky because later on I got to meet George's son, Louis Graziadio, who passed away this last year. And Louis was an absolutely incredible mentor to me. And I had started a consulting company when I was doing business school and law school with the person I met my first day of business school in orientation. And he and I have done 3 businesses together over 20 years, and he's my best friend, Mike Sheridan. And Louis hired us when we started this little nothing consulting company as students to help him with all these different projects. And then when I was raising $500,000 for the software company as a student in law school, he put in $100,000 and gave a lot of credibility to other people investing and putting their money in. And one of the reasons I work 12 hours a day, and because I'm like, I can't lose Louis's money. It was the thought of not being successful for these people that believed in me was an option like worse than death. And so because I had some success, you know, a couple years out of school, out of law school and business school with this software company I created, I'd been invited back here to be the orientation speaker for the incoming MBA class in 2009. And there was a student who came in the back, and she sat in the back and listened to this talk that I gave, where I basically said, don't worry about going to school, just like meet lots of folks and network and da-da-da, and all the professors were like, who's this schmuck that we invited to come talk? Please, let's not have him back. And that young woman sent me a message on Facebook asking me for business advice, and she's my wife. And we have 3 kids. And so, you know, my best friend of 20 years and business partner in 3 companies, and my wife and lifelong partner and my children my entire life are because I was here in 2010 giving a talk, and she sent me a message on Facebook, and we met up afterwards. And if Louis's dad, who is an unbelievable mentor and friend to me, right, and just wanted to take me under his wing and help me out, had his dad not pushed for getting the campus opened when it never should have been able to do, I wouldn't have been here. I wouldn't have given that talk. I wouldn't have the family that I do today, and my whole life would have been completely different, right? And so there were all these amazing people that conspired for my success. And so, you know, I wake up every day just feeling so unbelievably lucky and blessed, and I think to myself, like, who are all the people that I can conspire for their success? And so watching your stories, your presentations, all the things that you want to do to help people out, the reasons why you started your business, it's unbelievably touching. And it's not only that people are going to want to help you out, but there's so many folks that you don't even know are going to be somewhere 10, 20, 30 years from today telling their story of how their life is totally different because of what you're doing today. And it's not just the customer or the business or the financial return. It's that massive ripple effect that you create by just putting yourselves in the game and doing something hard and extraordinary and painful. And yeah, we want successes, but you want to just be in it. You want to be in the action. You want to be helping people. And I'm just so proud to be here and see all of you. And if I can do anything to help you all out, I'd love to. And so thank you for having me here today.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. That was amazing, wasn't it? Thank you, Jason, for sharing these incredible insights and your wisdom and sharing your story. I think all of us learned a lot. I'm going to have a conversation with Google, with Gmail, and reset my vacation response to no emails after noon. Because you're absolutely right. We need that headspace. We need time to think and to reflect. And emails are atrocious. So I'm going to reset my settings. So thank you for that. Great insight. And now is the time we've all been waiting for. The presentation of the winners, unveiling the 2023 most fundable companies. The winners will be announced by category of award level, which starts with bronze, silver, gold, and then platinum. And it will be in alphabetical order. So the order of announcement has nothing to do with kind of a meaning within the category. It's just alphabetically ordered. So I would invite the list winners to slowly meander towards the left side from yours as you're looking at me. And as the company is announced, please have one person come up front to the podium and receive your award. And join the rest of your team at the step and repeat here, the white background on your left side. Craig, Amy, Dean Crown, Shelley Miles, the CEO of the Single Foundation, please join me at the white banner for photos. And Jason, I would invite you also to the backstage. Jason, you have to announce the winners. My apologies.
Well, first off, congratulations to everybody. Whoever wins, it's amazing, but you're going to win by proving yourself in the marketplace, so go make that happen. The first company in the bronze category is Novason Surgical, OneFull Health, Opus Medical Therapies, and WebFund.
Should we stand here as well? Yep, just do one photo there of the two of you. Okay, and then both of you over here. Yep. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Thank you. Awesome. Okay, and next we have OneFull Health.
These are also good for bludgeoning your teammates when they underperform.
Great. Thanks very much. Enjoyed your talk.
Oh, thank you.
Good picture, guys. Yep. Okay, come on over. Do group photo. Group photo over here.
I got a photo
Yeah.
here too.
All right. Yep.
The whole
Group
team.
photo.
After you get your award, if the winners could make their way over to that side, so we're going to take a big group photo of all the winners together afterwards.
Opus Medical.
Great presentation.
And WebFund.
Thank you. Jason, I'm going to email you.
We'll put you on a special note.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, to announce the silver winners, Vince Monteparti.
Okay, with a live medical. Come down, please. Data safeguard. iCover. Ready, set, food. Okay, remotely. Thank you to all the silver.
Okay, the first company in the gold category is AllSides Technology. Franklin Junction. Making space. Nuvox Pharma. CMedX.
In announcing the platinum winners, I ask Shelley Miles, CEO of the Singleton Foundation, to come here.
This is so exciting, and I must tell you that Carrie Singleton always likes to say that what you've all created are the pearls that come from the oysters in your solving of problems. So congratulations to everybody. The first company in the platinum category is Aged Diagnostics. The next platinum company is Valkyrie. And Vicardia Therapeutics.
Again, huge congratulations to this year's winners. Okay, everyone, please remember to go online and vote for your favorites now through October 9th. We hope that everyone here was inspired by these great companies today. I certainly was. We're very proud of our entrepreneurial focus here at Pepperdine Graziadio, and I would invite everyone to consider an advanced degree with Graziadio or even one of our amazing certificate programs to help you reach your full potential as an entrepreneur and create a lasting and positive impact on the world. Thank you to our online audience. It's great to have you with us virtually today and see you again next year. Everyone, as we close, please join us on the patio for a networking reception and to celebrate the winners. The annual Pepperdine Graziadio Business School's Most Fundable Companies Showcase, presented by the Singleton Foundation for Financial Literacy and Entrepreneurship, is now concluded. Thank you. Okay, all the winners and their teams, please join us over here for a big group picture. Everyone else, we'll see you in the, on the outside.